Let's see if this is working. Hello? Can anyone hear me? Hello? Is anyone there? Am I streaming properly? Did OBS mess up? Hello, is anyone there? Okay, wait, you know what? I have an idea. I can check on the actual link of the video to see if it's actually live. Okay, I see what happened now. That's so unfortunate. Okay, so apparently, okay, well, first off, let me give my greeting all over again. Hello, terima kasih, everyone. My name is Chef Nanashi. I'm the head chef of this establishment, and welcome to the Quokkaling Union. Terima kasih once again. And okay, so we had a weird hiccup and start to the stream today. Q, welcome back to the stream. Hi to you as well. How you doing? I'm sorry for the wait. Sorry to all the Quokkalings in the waiting room as well. I just realized I was doing my normal shtick. I started the stream 5 minutes before. I did my intro and everything, and I was talking and yapping. That's why you're gonna see actually we're already in the Yappershi stream screen. But I found out I think just OBS messed up today or something, or YouTube messed up, because I started the stream on the OBS side, and I noticed on the YouTube side it said preview mode, and I was really confused, like, preview mode? What does that mean? Wait, am I not actually streaming at the moment? Thankfully I noticed in time eventually, where I was like, something doesn't seem right. Something doesn't really feel right now. So I checked it, and sure enough, on the top right of my studio screen there was a go live button, and I assume maybe OBS had some sort of hiccup. OBS just didn't send the signal for the stream to start, so my apologies. I'm sorry that we kind of jumped into it in the middle here, so let's start all over. And to go from there. So, oh man, what did I even talk about? I yapped so much. I yapped. Oh, let me look at the timer. On OBS it said I've been yapping for the last 11 minutes. So 6 minutes. 6 minutes of yap where I didn't realize we weren't even streaming. Okay, anyways, Quokkalings, hello. I hope you're having a wonderful start to your weekend. I hope you have a snack and some drinks as well today, because we're gonna be yapping about my trip to Malaysia today. Let me drop a Toroshi because that's how I feel right now. I kind of feel stinky and okay, so that clearly there was a kind of a hiccup today. That's okay. That happens. It is fine. That explains why there were a bunch of viewers in my in the waiting room, for what I can see, and it was slowly decreasing. I was like, huh? Why is it decreasing? It's probably the same usual people, like something happening. And then I realized the preview button was up there. I was like, whoa. Okay, so anyways, Q's laughing. Don't laugh. I pawned. Actually, you know what? No, I didn't pawn. I did not pawn. That was not my fault. That was, I think it was what happened was I started the stream. I noticed there was some drop frames today on the OBS side. So what I'm thinking happened was there was a hiccup of the internet as we were starting, and it didn't send the correct signal to YouTube that we were starting. So that's what I'm gonna go with. My apologies again. It's not. I don't think it's something I could have fixed faster until I realized it wasn't streaming. I was hoping someone in the chat would tell me something. You know, I was like, uh-oh, there might have dropped frames. So am I streaming currently? But no one said anything, so I just had to double check. But anyways. Okay, so let me go back to square one. We went to Malaysia this trip, and we were there for a family friend's wedding. Actually, it's funny, I was kind of making I started the whole thing with like, we went to a friend's wedding. I was like, wait, that isn't a friend. It was like a family member. No, actually, wait, they are a friend. It's just a close family friend. So yeah, we went to a close family friend's wedding in Malaysia. It was beautiful. It was awesome. Unfortunately, for the wedding side of things, other than the food, I don't think I can share that many pictures of the wedding itself, except the venue, perhaps. Just for privacy's sake, you know, I don't want to put them on blast on the on the internet for everyone to see. But the trip itself overall was pretty awesome. And it makes me excited. Honestly, it made me really, really excited for this year, because I want to do more trips than I usually do. Now that I have maybe a bit more PTO saved up, a bit more financials. So that's the idea. And thinking about it, actually, we have quite a few trips this year. We have FanFest in April, a Singapore trip for another wedding. Funny enough, that I learned about during this trip in June. Off-Kite and Anime Expo in July. Oh man. And then finally Japan near the end of the year. So we're gonna have quite a bit to do. Oh, Otsukido-san, konnichiwa. Yo genki. So yes, that is our plan. Hopefully, I'm really excited about the Japan trip actually, because this time I mean I'm gonna go to the same places. I think it's gonna be Tokyo, Sendai, but this time in particular I will have some friends traveling along with me, so I can show them my favorite places, which is I'm really super excited about, in Sendai especially. And it's very rare that in your adult life, I'd say it's kind of tricky. It's not even kind of. It's so much trickier to get your friends together for a trip overseas, of all things too. So I'm very thankful that we are trying to make this happen, and so far it seems like it's good. Otsukido-san says genki da yo. Oh, yokatta ne. Kyou saikin stream shimashita ka? Gundam toka? Otsukido-san is a streamer now too. They do some Gundam streams, so if you guys haven't already, you should definitely check out his channel. He does some fun. Last time I checked, they were doing some Gundam video game videos, so gameplay videos, so check them out sometime. Okay, so yes, I do have a big docket. I have a docket of stuff. Is docket even a word? I have a huge itinerary of stuff to do this year, and I'm excited, which means we're gonna do a lot more zatsus. In the mix of all this, there is some moving involved too, family wise, so there might be some times where I do have to take a break to help with the moving process, but we'll see how that all goes as time passes. But this year's looking to be a very busy one, and I'm happy to share it with you all, so we'll see what we can do. Yeah. Hold on, I just dropped something. Okay. Otsukido-san says, 最近忙しくてできてなってない。そうですか。They've been busy lately, so they haven't been able to do it. 今日も the message is getting blocked. I'm pressing the wrong buttons. No. ちょっと待って. There we go. 今日もお出かけ中。そうですか。They're going out and about today. いいね。それはいい。私もなんか外に行きたいね。英語でtouching grass と呼んで。I think it's called touching grass in English. When you go out and about and just kind of enjoy your day. I've been, honestly, after this trip, there was a lot of walking involved. I really found much more encouragement to get back into like walking around my home city. It's a little tougher where I am from to walk around, but it is definitely possible, and I kind of want to do more of it, so I'm excited. Anyways, we've been yapping enough. We've been yapping way too much, especially since I messed up the start of the stream. So why don't we pop over to the PowerPoint? And you know what? Hold on, let me shrink myself a little too. Okay, can you guys see the picture okay? It's a little bit tricky. The program that I'm using, it's from my phone. I have an iPhone, and I use iCloud to store a lot of my pictures. But the program online is not exactly ideal. As far as like not showing some information, etc. So I'm gonna try my best to make this work without it being too difficult with us, and we'll see how it goes. If anything pops out and looks weird, if you want, I don't think I can make the picture any bigger anyways, but is the picture okay so far? Can you guys see it? Otsukido-san, A じゃない。A is painting. A is painting. 写真は大丈夫ですか？今日2週間3週間前の Malaysia no ryoko desu. It's my trip to Malaysia recently. Okay. I'm not hearing anything from the Quokkalings side, so I'm assuming everything is okay. Do let me know if you want me to change anything or need to adjust anything to see better. But yeah, this is the start of our trip. So we made our way down from where we live to LAX, and this is where we started our journey. Now, I hadn't been to the international terminal for a while, especially LAX's. LAX has the problem still with its traffic. It's so hard to get in and out of the just any international particularly, but just any of the terminals in general. It's pretty tricky. But once you get in, it is quite nice. I think they're still renovating a lot of it, so whenever that gets done, hopefully it should help for the traffic and then maybe even make the terminal a little nicer looking. Even then, like right now, the international terminal is quite nice. Q says, all good for me. Oh, okay. Yokatta. That's good. I'm glad to hear. Okay. So, yes, we started in LAX. This was post-work. So, as soon as I finished up work, it was a decent drive too. I immediately set off with my luggage in tow to the airport. You know what? The picture doesn't do it justice. It was already kind of getting late in the day too. I think I'd say this was probably 5 p.m. And that wasn't a bad thing either because, well, the flight itself I think was 7. So I had some time to walk around and get some dinner before taking off. Otakira-san says, mire nakatara. Akai poo? Akai poo? Akai boo. Oh, boo. Akai boo mitoku ne. Oh, I see. If you can't see it, check the archives. Akai boo ne. Naruhodo ne. So, that's true. Arigato ne, Otakira-san. Michael, welcome back to the stream as well. Forever waiting for the LAX people mover to open. For real, right? I feel like that would help a lot, alleviate a lot of the issues with getting into the international terminal here, but it is what it is. Thankfully I don't have to go, well, actually I was gonna say thankfully I don't have to go too often to the international terminal, especially at LAX. But when I do have to go, I do know it's a bit of an ordeal, so a lot of airports, I think you're supposed to arrive maybe an hour or two earlier. Me, I just understand LAX in general, and I'm like, okay, let's do 3 to 4 hours just in case, you know? So I was there a lot earlier than expected. Q says, I love when you read their message in Japanese language. I know anime Japanese, but when I see kanji, I go blank blank desu. To be fair, I also do that too. Sometimes I have to translate the kanji as well. Because let's take, for example, Otakira-san's recent message, the mire, and well, okay, in this case, me is still, it's for looking, right? But sometimes the character for miemasu, or to look, is still the same for a different word, and you're just like, is that still me, or is it something else, you know? It's not you, it's me. Let's see, I'm learning kanji for me. Oh, good, I'm glad. That's great. I still aspire one day to be Nihongo Josu'd by a Japanese streamer one day. I don't know who it's gonna be, but I'm hoping it's some sort of an actual Japanese native speaker, and I'll feel real happy. But I don't know when that's gonna happen yet. We'll see. Sorry, I'm trying to adjust the messages because I want you guys to see the picture, and the chat is kind of covering it, but I don't want to cover a chat either. Not good. You know what? Let's do this. We're gonna make it halvesies, so that way you can see your message kind of come in at the bottom. I can't show you the whole message, but when it scrolls up, you'll see the whole thing. That way you can still see the picture, you know. Okay. You know, actually, I can probably. Hold on, let me nudge this a little to the right a little. That'll do. Yeah, okay, that's a little better. Okay, so yes, we started our trip in LAX. I did not get a coffee, actually. I was fully expecting that. Now, if you're a traveler and you are going overseas on a night flight, actually, especially if it's over the ocean, like across the ocean into Asia or something, like from the US, I prefer the night flights just because you can just sleep off the majority of the flight. So you just take your normal like nap, right? Your normal resting period when the time comes in LA. And by the time, like, what is it? You sleep for like 6 to 7 hours a day. By the time you're done with your big nap, you're good to go. You only have like maybe 1 or 2 hours left for the flight, and you can just kill some time with some like a movie or something, which is really convenient. Actually, funny enough, this is where I was able to watch Sinners. I wanted to, I wish I saw it in theaters because Sinners is actually fantastic. I love the movie so much. The lore, the music, everything was so well done, and then the composition, even like the way they film it. There's like 2 different ways if you notice carefully. Such a good movie. Let me see here. We gotta keep going because I just realized I remember when I finished making this album today. I think it was like 700 plus pictures. So this is when we arrived in Singapore for the first time, actually. So not for the first time ever, but for the first time this trip. So this is Singapore. It's one of the international terminals in Changi Airport. Lovely place. This airport is like one of the best airports I've ever been to, I think. And just the amenities and like how well it's organized and everything, it's amazing. Now this was also at like 5:30 in the morning. So actually you can see the time there. Is that actually 5? I can't. The bad thing about the iCloud photo app is that you can't even zoom in. But if you notice there next in the red, there's a time, and I think that says 5:39, which accurately lines up with how I got there. So we landed. There was a bit of layover. I think it was like an hour and 30. So I used the bathroom, brushed my teeth, all the things I could do while I'm on the ground, which is a lot easier than up in the sky. And this is the terminal in general. Like, look how pretty it is. This is amazing. Like this greenery everywhere. It's like an actual living greenery within the actual terminal itself. Even at 5 a.m., things were starting to open up already, which I'm super thankful for because I was hungry. They gave us a small breakfast on the way down to Singapore when we were about to land, but it wasn't quite enough. So I went around looking for food, and if you know Singapore, and you're me in particular, there's a particular place I really wanted to go to, which I hoped was open. You'll see it shortly here, but on the way there though, on the way to, what I did first was I went to find where my gate was. I wanted to know where I needed to be for the transit, so I can get to the next plane and make my way over to Malaysia. Malaysia is just north of Singapore, so it's not going to be a long flight, but it'd be good if I was able to take the plane that I needed to. While walking though, there was this really tempting drink. I like lychee. For those of you who don't know, I like lychee and longan. They're like, I guess tropical fruits that you can get in Asia. And rambutan, so good. Anyways, they had a special for a lychee rose blended drink from Coffee Bean there, and I was like, that is the most amazing thing I've ever heard, and I want to try it. So before I got it though, it is in a maybe slightly more expensive side. That's 10 Singapore dollars, which I think comes out to like maybe $7 or $8 US, I think, something like that. Anyways, we made our way down to the terminal first. Again, we're just trying to find our gate. If you notice on the left there of this picture, it says F34. I believe ours was like F36, way further down on the left. So at least I knew where I was going. I knew roughly what time I had to be at the gate before they took off. On the way there, and I like bless the gods for this. I found what I wanted. I found Yayun Kaya toast. Now, for those who don't know, these guys specialize in brick toasts that have kaya on it. And kaya is like a how do you describe kaya actually? It's like is it tapioca? Kaya coconut jam. So that's what it is. So kaya is like coconut jam made of like pandan leaves and other things, egg, sugar, coconut milk that gets spreads on toast. It's like an awesome jam that you put on, like, I already said that, on toast with some butter, and it's amazing. I haven't had kaya toast in a very, very, very long time. The only times I can get it is like when I'm in Singapore or in transit to like enjoy a small snack before inevitably leaving to back to the States or like anywhere else. So I got here at I think it was like maybe 5:50. Around 5:50, I got to this. I was like, yes, I want this. I want this so bad. I saw you can see there the staff are already getting like stuff ready for opening, and they're really popular for like their steamed egg. Not steamed, like maybe not even steamed. It's like how would you describe their egg? It's like, maybe the best way to describe it is like custard egg. Maybe half boiled. No. Poached? Maybe poached. Half poached. Half poached eggs. They're famous for having that in addition to their kaya toast. So I was like, okay, if I have enough time, I know where my gate is, I can probably stop by here for like 10 minutes, grab some toast, eat some breakfast, some tea. Best day ever. And I found out they opened at 6 a.m., which I was like, woo! So it was great. It was fantastic. I found my gate. So what I did was go back to the coffee bean, because that drink earlier, the lychee drink, sounded amazing. And I just kind of perused. You know, we had a little bit of time. They had the spring season tumblers and stuff out, and there's like sakura designs. They're real cute. This time around I didn't pick one up. The designs didn't really speak to me that much, but for those passing by, you know, I think they're still around, and if you like one of these, they're there. Yeah, at least in the coffee bean in the airport, or probably even in the coffee beans outside the airport too. And this is my drink. Got it. Again, it was a lychee rose milk drink that was so good. Now, I figured to myself, big old dumb Nanashi figured to himself, you know what? This is so delicious. This is great. This is a good pick me up for like on the plane. I'll make sure to I'm gonna save this too, because I'm pretty sure when you get a set like a food in kaya toast that they give you a tea or a coffee also. That's okay. That tea and coffee is great also, so I'm gonna drink that with my kaya toast. It's gonna be fantastic. I'm gonna warm up, and then I'll go take this on the plane, and I'll drink it on the way to Malaysia. Now, big old dumb Nanashi forgot. Oh, you know what? I'll get to that after we go through kaya toast. So look, the lights are on, delicious. The staff are there. They're working hard because everyone loves their kaya toast for breakfast in Singapore. And this is what it turned out to be. So I can't remember the exact name of it for the tea, because there's different ways to order the tea, like Teh Tarik O or something, or Teh Tarik C. There's like little abbreviations at the end of it that kind of indicate if you want like condensed milk or just like certain things that you want in the milk. Mine, I like condensed milk, so we got a little bit of condensed milk in our warm milk tea. Oh, so good. This breakfast really hit the spot. Bromdart, welcome back to the stream. Howdy. Happy Friday the 13th. 13th? It is Friday the 13th. Holy, oh my gosh. Maybe we should have played the game today. But yes, welcome back, Dart. How's your day treating you so far? I hope everything's good. We're talking about Malaysia, and you're here just in time for the first food drop of the evening. Q says liquid not allowed on some parts of the terminals. Something like that, Q. I'm glad you're already picking up on it, and I'm really I was so disappointed when it happens, but you'll see in a minute here. I think it's actually probably the next picture too. But this is like the worker, I would say, like maybe not, in my opinion, because this is when I worked in Singapore for like an internship. This was like my quintessential breakfast. Go to Yun Kaya Toast, get a half poached egg with some milk tea, hot milk tea, and kaya toast jam with butter. This is like, oh. I would just go back to Singapore all the time. I mean, I have family there, so clearly I'll go back for them too. But like, I would just go back or transit through just for this. You know, it's such a. In fact, you know what? I probably should learn how to make this. The toast itself isn't too difficult. The kaya jam, that's maybe a little more involved. I don't know if I could even make that in a kitchen setting. So something to think about. Also, the tea. Actually, the tea is really nice and like. I don't want to say refreshing, but like somehow it was very relaxing to drink, comforting. It was comforting to drink somehow, and because it was warm and like it was a cold morning, and so good. Well, actually, you know what? Singapore, it's not very cold most mornings. It's actually more like it's humid there, so it's warm everywhere, but it's cold in the terminal, I guess. You know. Prom darts is going well. Probably will have to dip Sally though. No. Even dropped the chopperling. No, you have things to do. You have to close up and stuff. Hope everything's good for you though. Okay, to the next picture. Oh, okay, we're already on the plane after this picture. I must have not included the picture. So okay, so I finished my toast, my delicious breakfast of egg and toast, and we made our way to the terminal. Now, I still had my lychee drink with me. And I was like full already, like, okay, I have a drink for the plane. It's gonna be fantastic. Just like an hour, it'll be good. And I got stopped by the security check on the way into my terminal, and I was like, oh. And then they pointed at my drink, and they were like, "I'm sorry, sir, you can't take that into your flight with you. It's technically Malaysia. It's another country, right? So yeah, it's technically an international flight too. I don't even know if you can do that locally. I think local flights are a little bit more lax as far as like bringing water or stuff in, but as far I don't know actually. That I could be wrong on that too, but I forgot the cardinal rule that liquids can't be brought on planes usually. And oh my gosh, I was so disappointed because at that point I only had taken like maybe 2 or 3 sips of the drink, and it was delicious already. And so I wasn't gonna waste it, right? So luckily I was still a bit early. Oh, actually, no, it wasn't. No, that was another time. This time, I was actually like maybe 15 minutes from gate closing. So I was like, okay, I gotta get in. I gotta drink. So I just chugged the whole thing as fast as I can. It was the best thing ever. It was sweet. It was delicious, but it was gone so fast. And the workers, the Singapore workers were like watching me do this, and they were like, this poor guy, he just got a drink just to have to chug it all before the flight. And they legit told me that too. It was like he was like, how was the drink? I'm like, it was delicious, thank you. And they were like, I'm so sorry you had to do this, but it's the rules. I'm like, I understand, just let me go in. So I chugged it as fast as I can. I finished it. It was delicious. It was wonderful, but you know, profound sadness. Farm Dart says, bye chef, everyone. Oh, you're going out already? No. Well, do have a wonderful rest of your work day. I think I saw work. So please be safe, get it home safely, and hopefully see you on the stream later. We're gonna do like the Zatsu for a little bit, I think, until I at least run out of pictures. So feel free to come back if ever. Show some love by sending member emojis or send some hearts. Sorry for the potential spam. No, not at all. It's not spam at all. I appreciate the vote of support. If you do enjoy the stream, feel free to drop hearts, some emojis, some likes. If you're new, perhaps to subscribe too. Heck, share me with your friends. Who knows? I still would very much love to grow. Cue with the yippee. Yes, very good. So yes, we yippied our way through onto the plane by chugging that drink. This is after I sat down and I took a picture of the in seat monitor. It told us, okay, we have 182 miles to Kuala Lumpur. It's, if you notice on the map, it's actually not that far from Singapore. You could even technically drive there, past the border and into Malaysia if you really wanted to. For the sake of getting to the wedding as fast as possible, though, I opted for a flight this time around, especially since I was already coming from LAX. I figured, like, you know what, let's just take the flight over. So same time zone. Let's see, and this is us landing. So this is my first time in Malaysia. That might not actually be true. I think I went like once when I was extremely young. So this technically would be my second time. This is the first time where I was lucid though, and I know I can actually enjoy the sights, you know. And we got our local Little Malaysia Express. There's a lot of cute socks on the wall there and a lot of souvenirs that I would have very much loved to take a look at, but I had a wedding to get to. Funny enough, this was Friday, I believe, and the wedding was the next day already, Saturday. So I think I caught in like maybe in the afternoon, like 2 or 3. So I really had to just get straight to the hotel and set my stuff down, get my suit pressed and whatnot, or like get it ready. And yeah, if you notice they're really big in Malaysia about their durian. So if you I don't know if you guys have had it before. Durian's like a kind of a stinky fruit, very stinky fruit, but inside very custardy. It's a nice mouthful. I personally myself, I don't really like the smell too much. I don't mind the taste. The smell is kind of what gets me though. But it's a spiky fruit that you can find in Malaysia, and actually a lot of parts of Asia, in fact. So, and this is the KL, the Kuala Lumpur International Airport. It's kind of interesting that they don't have a. I was wondering, like at the bottom there it says like do not lean, but it looks like those were supposed to be like places where you can sit. Oh well, actually, you know what? No, that's probably what you can still do. You can probably still sit in that area. You just don't lean on the lovely international airport sign, I guess, is what they're trying to say. You says you either love it or you hate it. Durian, I think so. You know what? That's probably true. I don't think I've ever met anyone who's like. Actually, well, I guess I'm meh about it. I'm like, I don't mind the smell. Oh no, I don't mind the taste. It's just the smell. So, I'm like so about it. But it's true though. A lot of the time it's either love or hate, especially because of the smell. So, we passed by an Illy, another coffee shop. I just like their. Did I put the display there? I didn't. There's a little display there of a lot of coffee cups with nice designs on it, and I wanted to take a picture. It's another coffee place that's quite popular in Asia. I think it's also popular here in the States too. The coffee is, at least. I don't think I've ever seen an Illy store here in the States. Yeah, I don't think so actually. So, but yes, it's nice to see that. That's gonna be a recurring theme this trip. Actually, there's a lot of actually funny enough American stores that are like kind of frequent and there in Asia, Malaysia, Singapore, etc. So you're gonna see. I'll let you know when we pass by one. You'll probably see it when we get there. Michael says coffee, indeed coffee. I wish I could have stopped at the Illy, but I really had to go, so it was quick pick and go. This is the central hub of the international terminal. Very beautiful. As you can see, it's really interesting because the top part you can see it's very clear, right? It's not very foggy, but they fogged up that bottom part, which is like a little place where you can step in. It's like a little park inside of the terminal that you can just walk in and enjoy the weather and like I guess the humid atmosphere around. So this was inside. It was like very foggy, very Silent Hilly, but it was very cozy, honestly. It was another reminder that back in the States it's like very dry, very cold weather dry, and once getting out there it was like humid, hot, but bearable. You know, I'm curious to know like if people are like people who lived in the States all their lives. I wonder what they think about humidity, because for me, once I go out there, I'm just like, oh, this is normal, it's usual, like Indonesia weather. Okay. But I imagine for people new to the weather, they'd be like, what is happening? Michael says, got lots of coffee when I was in Taiwan. Oh, yo, nice. What kind of coffee did you get? He says, ooh, yeah, isn't it pretty? I thought it was really pretty. So we made our way to this terminal. Actually had a bunch of trains that lead to other terminals that you can depart or like leave from. So wait, that's the same exact thing. Pretty much there's a lot of terminals. You use the trains to get around to which terminal / gate you need to get to your flight, and we needed to take our train back to the main terminal to get our luggage and to leave. So from here I noticed the first of many. In Malaysia and Asia in general, I noticed that the stores and the restaurants in their names are just funny to me sometimes. Like this one, the first one I saw was The Loaf. I would have to assume it's a bakery of some sort. Sounds delicious. But then, like, I looked over to this like store right next to it. Noodles. I can only assume maybe that's supposed to be like a pun of something else too, but like, I don't know. I just assume, you know, I'd have to assume that it's some sort of pun, but noodles. And this is going to be a recurring theme throughout my trip. There was an uncanny amount of funny restaurant names that I ran into like while walking around, so I hope you're ready for all of them. The loaf was pretty funny though too. This was something interesting to me because I've only ever seen it in Japan and maybe one time in Europe. They had a little stand-up piano in the middle of the terminal, which was really cool. I got to play a little bit, which I was really happy about because I just wanted to just doodle a bit. And yeah, it's nice that there's a piano for like people to play on if you get the chance. I'm sure there's people who like kids who just run around and just slap notes and all that, but I'm sure there's like a lot of instances where pianists who come by or like walk by are like, ooh, I could play a little before I go. So I really appreciated that as just like another pianist too. Like it was interesting to hear me play through the terminal too. Like it was kind of surreal, to be honest. Some people stopped by and then they gave me a little clap after. It was nice, and then we went on our way. And then they started playing too, and I like to think that it's like a chain reaction, right? Like once one person's brave enough to start playing, then it just kind of continues down the line. Then you just get music for the whole day. So it was very nice to see a piano there that anyone could play. There's no sign that says don't touch please or anything. It's just straight up there for any flyers to play. Hugh says it's like an RPG where the drawings is what they sell. That's true. Like when you see it, we'll see like an egg or like a hammer for a blacksmith or something, or like actually wait, that's sometimes it's straight up like sword, right? You'll see a sword and they're like, oh yeah, sword store, easy. Loaf. What was it? What was the other one? Noodles. I don't know. Again, it's just funny to me. Another picture of the piano before I had headed off. It was really satisfying to play on that. Michael says, I went to a lot of coffee shops with different bean selections. Oh, nice. Do you have any favorites that you picked out that you want to share with the class? I funny enough, my coworkers at work drink a lot of coffee, and I'm not usually a coffee person, or at least my coffee knowledge was kind of subjected to the stuff that I learned from the crepe shop, which is like Americanos, like espressos, that kind of thing, and then like Starbucks. So, but now since I've tried so many different beans with these guys at where I work now that I feel like I'm getting a little bit better at understanding like how coffee is and how they are different in different ways. So, actually speaking of coffee, Starbucks. I stopped by real quick because I know Starbucks in particular has like usually local cups, local like merch that you can get, and I'm usually a fan of those. In particular, whenever I go to a new place, I try to get the region cup for Starbucks to just collect. So right now I only started recently actually, but right now I have, I believe, Los Angeles, Utah, Indonesia. Did I get an Indonesian cup? But did I get a Malaysian cup? I got a Malaysian cup. I got a Malaysian cup, and then I was planning to do an Indonesian one, but I was kind of running out of space by the end of the trip, so I couldn't do it. But thankfully, Indonesia and Singapore, they're both places I do tend to visit quite frequently. So it felt more right to just get the Malaysian one, especially because that was the unique place I was going to, you know? Let's see, usually I go for Ethiopian beans. Oh, nice. Okay. Interesting. I don't think I had Ethiopian for a bit, but I would love to give it another try now that I'm a bit more tuned for coffee. So in our example here in Malaysia, they were doing a Paul Frank, of all things, Paul Frank collaboration with their cups. It was so cute. I hadn't seen Paul Frank in forever. I remember Paul Frank from like my middle school, high school days. I'm like, yo, it's still around, and the cups are actually like awesome. Again, I wish I could zoom in to show you a bit better, but if anything, you can pop up the video later and try to zoom in yourself as well. Or if anything, if you have any pictures you guys want me to repost, so you can get a better look, do let me know in the comments, in the chat, or in the Discord, so I can show it off, you know, for you guys. But yes, very, very cozy cups. I would have loved to pick up a Paul Frank one too, because that's, again, the first time I've seen Paul Frank in forever. But this was literally the first like day of my trip, so I was like, you know what, maybe I can just hold off a tiny bit just before we head out. If you look, there's a cute horse themed one too, because for the it's for the year of the horse this year for the Chinese zodiac, so very cute. Oh, actually, there we go. Actually, I took a better. Good job, Nanashi. I took a better, closer picture of these. Oh, look, actually, it's a Paul Frank horse year of the horse picture. Year of the horse cup too. Like, look at that. That's adorable as heck. I kind of regret not getting one of these now. They're really cute. But again, I didn't really have the. This time I went on a trip. Normally, if I go on a trip, I try to bring a second suitcase so I can like bring back souvenirs and that kind of thing. But this trip I opted not to, because I figured I didn't want to have enough time to really go around and pick up souvenirs. Boy, was I wrong. But eventually I had to kind of work with the one that I had, and it worked. It's just kind of stuffed, you know. Anyways, we went to our pickup for our luggage, and that guy in front of us had a pretty cool Darth Vader. What would that be, like a chain? A keychain? It's not like a keychain. It was very squishy too. Belt chain, I guess, on his backpack. I was like, ooh, nice. And we got our luggage and we headed out. This was another restaurant that I thought was kind of funny. I find things stupidly funny sometimes. So like Four Fingers, right? What happened to the fifth one? And that's what I thought when I saw it, and I laughed to myself. The other people looking around probably thought I was crazy. I was just chuckling to myself and taking a picture of the name Four Fingers, but you know, to each their own, right? I'm hoping you guys just have the same humor as me and find it funny also, but I'm pretty sure it's just me. But yes, where's the fifth one? But Four Fingers crispy chicken. It looked good. Couldn't really go. Had to get to the hotel as soon as possible. So, this place had 5 floors. It was kind of crazy. The terminal itself had 5 floors. There's a viewing area which I saw, and I was like, oh, I kind of wanted to look up there and see what the view is like from up there. But unfortunately, both during my flight out and actually, yeah, my flight out, actually, funny enough, was on a different airport in Kuala Lumpur that was roughly the same distance away from the hotel. Somehow I got mixed up in the booking process that I went to a different airport, but that airport was cozy too as well, so it was fine. But I was hoping to come back to see the viewing area, but didn't happen. It's okay. We'll just have to save it for next time. And yeah, the taxis were at the 3rd floor, so we had to go pop by the 3rd floor. We got Metapod, the Pokemon, and I know what they're going for. They're going like, I don't know, like pods, like ear pods, that kind of thing. And it's like meta, but just could only think of the Pokemon, you know? Q says, gonna hold off on chatting for a bit, getting ready for my daily walk. Let's go. Exercise good. It's the 14th already here. Happy Valentine's Day to everyone who celebrated it. Happy Valentine's Day to you as well, Q. Oh, I forgot. Oh, we should have set up something for Valentine's Day. No. Okay, we might have to do a late stream, because so far yearly we've done a Valentine's stream. Last time it was truffle chocolates. The year before that we had the lovely Asagi Ame join us to make some lava cake. Shoot, I forgot. The year is going by really fast, I'm telling you. I'm ready looking forward to April for FanFest, and I wanted to do a new cosplay thing, but I don't think I can even do it in time. And then now I'm realizing we have to do Valentine's Day too. Shoot, okay. But good reminder, thank you, Q. And I do hope you have a lovely Valentine's Day as well. Happy Valentine's Day to you. Enjoy your walk, and feel free to come back if ever. We're gonna be taking a look at all these photos still. So it's nice to see you as always. Thank you for popping in. Yeah, Metapod, a Snack and Co. I was like, is it a snake or a snacks? Yeah, I'm silly. Don't mind me. And so we departed from our terminal. Actually, that's from the outside looking in. This is they had like these really cool like large revolving kind of doors. Pretty neat. Q says, I guess you're single because forgetting Valentine's Day if you have a partner is worse. I am the singlest quokka there is out there. I'm guessing you're not single because you remembered it. And I feel like there's a joke somewhere here about VTubers. You know how like whenever VTubers introduce their like relatives or their mom or dad, they're like, are they single? I'm like, I'm right here, I'm single, take me. But yes, I'm currently happily single. I haven't found the right person yet, indeed, but maybe one day perhaps. So I'm free to cook whatever I want and enjoy the day. So, but for you, it might be war. I believe in you though. You got this. For those celebrating Valentine's Day, I hope you have a lovely one. We'll talk about it more sometime though, because I still want to do a cooking stream for Valentine's Day. I just don't know what yet, so we'll see. All right, so this is the taxi area. We quickly were able to find a taxi and make our way over to our hotel, which this is a picture of it from the inside. It was crazy to look at, like architecturally. In fact, actually, when I was staying in here, I was starting to realize like the way the layout is and how it's set up, it actually kind of felt like this was originally a apartment building, because all of the rooms, from what I can tell, had a camera system where you can check who's outside when they ring the bell, unless they planned it to be like that, which would be crazy. And they also had like a laundry system, like in-room laundry system. And it looked big enough to be like I guess a studio for each of these rooms, so it was interesting. On my floor there was a pretty neat recreation room. It looks like it's like an arcade and a few other things for little kids to like run around and play on. It was just pretty neat to see. I don't know, it was just, when I saw it I was like, oh, Street Fighter. And I was really tempted to go in and just maybe play a little bit, but I really had no time for this trip to kind of just play games. So it was nice to see that they had the facilities for it though in the hotel. And this is a lovely view of Malaysia once I got there. This is from my room. Very cozy. There's a mall right down there that I frequented a few times, mostly because some of my family wanted to get their hair done and that kind of thing on the day at the mall. Some wanted a haircut or like clothes pressing services and that kind of thing. So isn't it lovely though? The weather was perfect for the wedding. It was indoors, but getting there in and out and just walking around, weather was perfect. It was very humid though. Again, not for me, I'm used to it as far as going to Asian countries go, but for some who might not, like, we had a friend actually that who's also a family friend of the people getting wedded, and they hadn't been in the humid weather before, so they were just like, you know. Let's see. Oh, Shafi. I'm gonna call you Shafi because I'm not sure if I can call you anything else from your name. But Shafi, welcome to the stream. Hi. Also, welcome to Malaysia. Thank you. Malaysia was beautiful. I miss it a lot, actually. A lot more than I realized I would have. We're happily back in, well, not happily actually. I want to go back, but we're back in the United States at this time, and we're just going through pictures of our trip. So are you a local there, Shafi? Are you from Malaysia? I'd love to hear about your like adventures in Malaysia if you are a local there. I wish I had met you sooner if that's the case too, because then I could have asked you for like suggestions of where to go while I'm in Malaysia. But thankfully unfortunately, this trip was actually only a week and a half only. And then my time in Malaysia was actually only, I believe, 3 to 4 days. So not very much time You can call me Ikmal. Okay, I'll call you Ikmal then. Hi Ikmal, welcome to the stream. I don't know if I've seen you here before, so let me introduce myself. My name is Chef Nanashi. I am the head chef of this establishment. And welcome to the Quokkaling crew if you do decide to subscribe or like stay around. Let's see. How's your trip in my country? Oh, so you are from Malaysia. It was beautiful. It was really fun. I would love to go again. And actually, you're here just in time because we just started the trip. So if you stick around, I'm sure you'll find a lot of different places that look familiar. In fact, does this look familiar? Because the mall down there seemed like a pretty popular one, so I'd imagine maybe perhaps you might know of it. In fact, the building in the center, I don't know if that was there's a building in Malaysia, I believe, that's supposed to be like the second tallest, I believe, building in the world, or tower in the world. I don't know if it was that one though, but we'll discuss it more as we go through. So I was done. I took a shower. Thankfully I was able to take a shower because, oh my gosh, flying, you kind of feel gross after flying for like 17 hours straight. So took a shower, changed up. I opted for jeans and a t-shirt at this time, I believe. And the jeans were kind of a mistake. It's kind of hot. They kind of cling to your leggies when you get a little sweaty. But we went down from the hotel and we decided to go to that mall that we mentioned in the picture previously. And the walking was lovely. And just in general, just even walking around most parts of Malaysia, it was really fun. Very exciting to see. Let's see. Oh, Hype Man Daryl's back. Hello, welcome back. How's your day going? Hope you're having a lovely day so far. Chef Nanashi, it is Friday. Nice to see the vacation pics. Thank you. Feel free to hang around and see what other vacation pics I took because you know, it's fun to share my pictures. I don't know if it's fun for you, but hopefully it's fun for you guys too. Ikmal says not this one. That was the TRX tower, like the huge mall. Like a huge mall. Oh, I see. Interesting. It looked like, at least from the picture and when I saw it on the view, it looked like it. But now that I think about it, we did have to drive a little bit from where my hotel was to see the actual tower that we were talking about. Daryl says, Quokkalings, it's that time. We need to smash that like button. Come on, support the chef. Indeed. If you are enjoying today's stream so far, please consider dropping a like or even a subscribe if you're new to the channel. It really helps the channel, and I'm trying to hit 1,000 by the mid of this year. So let's get to it. And I appreciate it. So yes, we continued our walk. The parks there and the greenery was. I'm a sucker for like good greenery and like a good combination of greenery and urban. So seeing this was pretty awesome for me. Like it was very cozy. The streets weren't too. To be fair, I think it was a weekday. The streets weren't too crowded. Because yes, that's right. On the first day it was a Friday, so we were just walking around. You're right, this is TRX Tower, like you said, Ikmal. You can see actually in the front there, if you look very carefully in the center of this picture, next to the very big tree in the center, which again, very pretty. There's a fountain around it. But you can see it says TRX. Indeed, this is the TRX Tower that we're going to. If you go back, let me show you real quick. See how the tower is there? If you look carefully as well, there's a little bit of greenery on the rooftop of that mall. I wasn't unfortunately able to make it up there to take a look around because I just didn't have enough time, but it was really pretty to see from my room. Like I wish I could have been able to stop there for a minute. But yeah, we popped by TRX. This is our way walking over from the hotel. There's a little fountain, a lovely fountain, situated next to this tree, which has a little staircase that you could go down and walk up to the tree if you'd like to, but it's kind of like a reflection pool. It's really interesting because there's lettering on the metal bits there that kind of hover above the water, and if the water is just situated just right, you could actually see what the letters say in reverse on the water. Very cool. Q, welcome back. Wait, not welcome back. You were here already. Q with the 5 memberships. Thank you again so much for your support, Q. I really appreciate it. And for those who've received memberships from Q, Lila, Crow, Hibiki, and Echo. Where's the 5th one? I've had this happen recently too with my own gift memberships. It seems like it only gives it to the people who have it publicly available to accept gifts. So I'm sure there's a 5th one somewhere in there. So to the 5th person, whoever got it, be sure to thank Q for your membership and enjoy the emotes while you have them for the month. And again, big thank you so much for your support, Q. I really appreciate it. And I hope I can use that membership money to be able to expand on the channel sometime soon. So in fact, it might buy groceries for the chocolate Valentine's Day stream. So both you and Asvik and everyone else, Kiwi in particular, thank you again, all 3 of you, for the lovely gifteds. Super appreciate it. Back to the trip though. So here, yeah, if you look at the water, this wasn't a really good picture. I think this was just a nice picture just to take of the city and the little staircase that goes down. It's wheelchair accessible too if you look carefully. Very convenient and very well thought out. But you can go up to the tree. There was some birds hanging out at the tree too, at the base, and wow, so peaceful. So what I mentioned earlier, the lettering on the metal there, you can see that it's written backwards in reverse. So if you look at the water carefully, I think I took a better picture later. You can see the water you can see the letters off of the water reflection, which is really cool, you know. Ikmal says TRX place is really huge. Sometimes walking around was not enough for one day. It really is. It really wasn't. I wish I had a lot more time to be able to actually spend more time to walk around the mall, and not even just the mall, like the area around it too, because there are some points where my family friends took us to restaurants around the city, and we passed by the mall again, but there's like other places behind the mall and like around it that looked so interesting that I really wish I could have gone to. Just no time this time though, sadly. So I'm hoping I can visit Malaysia again one day to just enjoy it. But as you can tell, I was very taken in by this tree fountain because I took so many pictures of it. But again, very pretty. And the wheelchair accessible too if you want to just roll down and enjoy your day there. So this is the mall in front, and you might notice this is the thumbnail as well. That we saw from our hotel building. It was very cool. It was hot, I will say. Even with the sun beating down too, with the humidity, it did get kind of toasty. That's why you duck into the building as soon as you can to get some of that nice AC. And so that's what I did. We just went in. There were during this trip. There's a lot of celebration for Chinese New Year / the new zodiac year. So there's a lot of horse related goods kind of hanging around, which is nice. I saw Uma Musume stuff randomly here or there from like smaller vendors too. I was like, they know. Good stuff. But the inside of the mall was very pretty, a lot fancier than honestly I thought I was expecting to be. Like marble and like high-end stores too. Thankfully I'm not there for that, right? I'm there for like the food and like maybe smaller, maybe tech stores, coffee stores. So Ikmal says yes, the weather is really hot this month. It seemed quite hot. Maybe a little hotter than usual. The sun was really out there, but it was still cozy for me. Again, I'm part Indo, so I'm used to the humid weather. But even then, like, it was still a tiny bit hot, like you say. So I don't think I took this store just because the name was funny. Shrimp Noodle Bar is just a standard name, nothing too funny about that. I think I took it because the broth looked interesting. Because they were going for like, I believe I didn't show the broth pictures, but they were going for like a shrimp stock broth for all their noodles, and it sounded so good. I wanted to give it a try. My mouth is kind of watering right now thinking about it. I wish I could have gone. Actually, Ikma, are you also, since you're in Malaysia, do you also stay around this area? Like, do you recognize any of the stores and restaurants and where we're walking? We got a cafe here, Zus Coffee. This one got me because, not because it was called Zus Coffee, but because for the menus of their coffee, if you look very carefully, you can see cats on the menu. And when the menu cycles, there's a certain point where the ui cat pops up and it starts rotating across all of the screens. And I happened to catch it as I was passing by, but not fast enough to like take a picture of it. I think I took a video somewhere, but it was really funny to see just the cat meme flying around. Mr. Bean was really cute though. They have a little they have a little mascot in the front. Very cute, very well, maybe not squish. You feel like it'd be squish, but very hard if you actually do poke it. But Mr. Bean was appreciated here. Then we passed by like a bunch more actual like more sit-down restaurants. Like so this was a Chinese diner with like your standard Chinese roast meats. Very very tasty looking. I really wish I could have had the time to stop by here, but alas, did not. I was here actually to eat lunch with my family. We went to the cafeteria just to make things a little easier for the first day I was there. And it turned out pretty well. It was delicious. Dayone noodles. I think they were going for Dayone. But the name gets me sometimes too. Ikmal says, nope, I don't live in Kuala Lumpur, but I went there sometimes. Oh, okay. Do you go there by like train or car or something to visit sometimes? Kuala Lumpur is quite nice. Actually, now to think about it, Malaysia is quite big too, so it's very understandable that you might not actually live in KL also. I got potato corner over there. Very delicious. The yakiniku kuro over there looks very delicious too. I really wish I could have had some yakiniku, but not what we had for today. This store was very kind enough to let me take pictures of their food. A lot of this is, I believe, just like, you know, the basic local foods as well that are quite popular. They look delicious, don't they? I really want to eat them. I didn't have a chance to. I only had like 3 days of dinners or lunches there, so it's very limited of what I could explore. But look at that! Oh, I'm getting hungry again. You can make yourself a little bowl. If you look in the background, you can see people making their own bowls of food. They're delicious. The eggs look so good too. Oh, my stomach rumbled. Was that the? Oh, this was the restaurant that we passed by earlier with the food stuff. I love you. If you get the chance, visit them. They have really yummy looking food, as you can see. And then just more. There's a lot of self-serve kind of things that you can get. They all look really delicious. I would have loved to go there. They had a nasi pandang station as well. So for those who wanted nasi padang, you go for it. Oh, Ikmal was going ooh too. It looks so good, right? It looks so yummy. What you saw there? It looks really good. For me, I was excited actually mostly of this when I first saw it. So in Asia, sushi. No, okay, not Asia. Just maybe like Indonesia, Malaysia, maybe dare I say even Singapore. They do their sushi a little bit differently. They have a lot of different types of sushi that are very interesting. They have like they really like their inari. Now that I think about it, there's a lot of inari variations of these foods here, but a lot of baked ones too, like baked lobster, baked shrimp. You can see them here actually. I wish I could zoom in again, but it's unfortunately I can't with the app that I'm using. Hafizu, welcome to the stream. How's it going? Is this the food court? This is the food court indeed. Actually, this is the food court. And yeah, it's just it's all so good. They all look so good. I want to try everything. But last week we only went to this food court once. So we went once during the day I was there. The next day was the wedding already, so I had lunch and dinner at the wedding. And then the day after was my last full day there, and that was spent eating with some family friends and family members. So unfortunately I didn't really get to enjoy the food court again here, but oh man. Inari the goat. Inari is the goat though. They do their inari so well in Malaysia, in Singapore and Indonesia too, for that matter. I did eventually for a snack. I did eventually get like I think three of these sushis, and they were delicious. I was really hungry from my flight, so I was really thankful to be able to get something really quick too, while I waited for my family members to come down and have some lunch with us. This was a chocolate fountain. I thought it was pretty neat. Koi Lee. Again, we're just still we're still kind of going through the restaurants that made me laugh. I'm pretty sure the with the abbreviation on top of it is supposed to mean something, which I don't know. But to me, it says Koi Lee, and I was wondering, the Koi? We got Banana Bro also, solid name. It probably sells a lot of bananas. Actually, do they sell bananas? I'm seeing chicken on the menu there. I'm looking carefully now. I don't know if they sell bananas. I would expect that they sold bananas, but we'll never know now. We have to go back to Malaysia to find out. Or if Hafiz or Iqmal go to KL and go to this mall, and you can tell us later if they actually sell bananas at this restaurant. That'd be amazing. Iqmal says first day started with looking on food. Amazing. I mean, we're here for the food, right? This is a chef channel. So I do try to, since you're both new here, I do try to focus on food-related content. We do live cooking once in a while too. Recently, it's been kind of slow because I can't get my kitchen to work right now. But if I go on trips, you're gonna see a lot of food pictures. So if that's your thing, you're in the right place for sure. Cinnabon. Okay, we found a Cinnabon in the same mall too, which I was like, oh yes, and it smelled exactly the same. It's I really wanted to get one too, but again, we were there for lunch, so it wasn't time to. But here at the Cinnabon here, they have a different menu slightly, and imagine my surprise when I looked at it again. Do you see that? Do you see that, Quokkalings? Right in the middle. Biscoff Cinnabons. And actually, for that matter, Oreo Cinnabons over there too. Like, what? That was like a mind-blowing thing to me. I was like, do you put Biscoff on top of the Cinnabon? And that's a thing? I want to try that so bad. I really, really wanted to try it so bad. But again, we were there for lunch, so I was like, no. I had to kind of like control myself not to get... Wait. Oh my god. Oh my god. I just noticed they had a mini Bon version of it. I could have tried it. No. Okay, well, you know what? I'm sure we can still recreate it kind of here. We'll just, I don't know, get a pack or two of Biscoffs and just crumble it on top of some Cinnabon over here. I'm sure it's, you know, it's probably not the same, but we'll keep this in mind for next time. How about that? Let's see. Hafizu says, I don't think so. Usually it's eating Indian cuisine on banana leaf. Oh, banana leaf kind of food. Oh, okay, I can see that happening. Oh, that sounds delicious too, though. Darn. I was hoping for more banana stuff too, though. I was excited. Not gonna lie, that it was like banana cuisine. Hafizu also says, haven't eaten there yet, though. Oh, let's go. So, do you pop by TRX frequently, Hafizu? This store had matcha related goods and it looked really delicious too. I really want to get some of that. It's called Matcha Saro. This one made sense. This pun made sense to me. It's called So Young, but they specialize in soy drinks, so it's Soy Young. I like the name of this one too. Again, the names were on point for restaurants this entire trip. You're gonna see a lot of restaurant photos just because I like the name. Feeling so young. Oh, so cute. Look at that face. How can you say no to that face? So okay, in the end I did get a small snack of sushi while we were waiting for the parents to come down and get some food with us. And so we enjoyed a lovely, oh, it was four combination of sushi. I forgot to flip this picture, unfortunately, but we got some inari, some seared salmon. Sorry, not inari. We did get an inari, but that one, the one I was going for left to right, it's unagi, seared salmon, which again, oh, classic. I love aburi. Baked shrimp and baked lobster inari. And oh my god, that was so delicious. It was so worth it. After the flight, everything tasted, I'm sure anything would have tasted great, but this especially was so good for the stomach. Soy Young, indeed, Soy Young. Is that a chain? It looks like it's a chain of some sort in Malaysia, but I believe it. Look how cute that thing is. Soy drinks too. Empire Sushi. Oh, do you recognize the Ikmal? Is Empire Sushi like one of the chains in Malaysia? So I got Empire Sushi since 2011. Oh, they've been around for 15 years now. That's crazy. But yes, Empire Sushi was my go-to for the quick snack, and it was delicious. It's something about the Malaysian, Indonesian styles of sushi that they do differently that tastes good. I don't know what it is, but I like it. Maybe I should find out next time. So back at Meowcha. Yeah, cats. The one on the left sends me all the time. Look at it. So derpy, so free. But yes, the Ui Ai cat popped up like very momentarily at some point. And it was really funny to see. So I don't think you'll ever see this in the States, or if you do, it's very rare. But Famous Amos in Indonesia and in Malaysia is quite popular. Like their cookies, funny enough, on the flight to Singapore from Malaysia, they even gave us a small bag of like Famous Amos cookies, which I'm struggling. It was funny. I remember seeing the picture. You'll see it later when I show you the picture on our way over, but like I remember taking a picture of the Famous Amos, but I don't remember eating it, which makes me kind of think, did I leave the bag of cookies on the flight? And then I got really sad about it. I was like, wait, I never got to try it. So sad. Very popular. It's everywhere. The Empire Sushi. Oh, let's go. Nice. I'm glad to be able to try something like a chain that's in Malaysia too, because again, I was there for the first time. I didn't really know what to try first, and thankfully that one I needed the snack, so it worked out right. Hafizu says, I feel like it's hard to find raw fish here. We don't really eat raw fish. Oh, you know what? That is true. I have some family members who do live in Malaysia also, who told me that finding like good sushi and raw fish is pretty hard in Malaysia. Is that true? I believe them, but like I'm also curious to hear from you guys what you think. Because as a sushi chef, I'm like, fresh fish is pretty easy to set up and go. But like, I imagine in like, because Malaysia's near the water too, no? So I felt like it would be a little easier to get like sushi fish, or like fish that you need for sushi. But maybe it's not, because now that I think about it, there's a lot of shrimp, there's a lot of lobster, there's also a lot of inari. Yes, it's true. It's hard to find the raw fish. Interesting. I would have loved to visit a fish market at some point too, but unfortunately didn't have the time. This. Okay, so this wasn't exactly Pepper Lunch. Pepper Lunch is one of my favorite like chains in Singapore. And actually they're in the States now too. To get like stone fried rice and like meat grilled on. I don't know what I was going for that, but it wasn't Pepper Lunch branded, but it was the same kind of style of cooking, and that looked delicious when my parents finally came down and we were like, okay, let's have lunch. And funny enough, my sister also decided, like, you know what, this looks good, and we both got similar things, which was kind of sad because we wanted to try to pick out like different other restaurants to try a bunch of different things. Thankfully she ordered a different plate than what I did, but like it was like, oh. Time to fly back to Malaysia. I mean, I would love to. It'd be great. Look at that. Look, it's so delicious looking. The egg, the meat, the rice. I want to go back, dude. Oh, this made me laugh because there's a giant box. Wait, was this a giant? No. This wasn't a giant box. This was the one that was on the. This was being displayed on one of the vendors. Apparently I wouldn't say curse. The curse of Labubu? No, just the Labubus. Labubus have made it over to Asia too. Like, not even just Malaysia, it was also Singapore and Indonesia too. Labubus are everywhere, but there was chocolate ones too. I was so tempted actually to get like maybe a few of them to bring back to the States to give to my Labubu collector friends and be like, hey, look at this. Labubu. I have a Labubu now for you. I got like 10 of them, and then they'll see it's just a chocolate. Honestly, I don't. It might even be a collectible. I'm not even sure, but it was really interesting to see. So we're back outside. We got some lunch. We had a nice, lovely combination of things. This is the lettering I mentioned earlier for that fountain. So if you look carefully, and like when the water is settled pretty well, actually not even settled, like you can see the ripples on the water where it's coming out of the fountain, but it's consistent enough that you can kind of make out the lettering of everything. You can read it on the water's edge, which is pretty cool. So like it says 1 in the front for the first word. I think it's 1 can something. 1 can have all the something. 1 can have all the. This is what I can read right now, but it's very cool. I thought it was a very cool design. There's a restaurant called Finch too that had like a very interesting bird theme. It looked like they were setting up. If you look, oh well, actually, yeah, here we go. You can see that they were actually, I think, setting up their restaurant or like re-renovating it. But they have very bird cage looking decorations everywhere, which was pretty neat. I think they had a stage too, which was pretty cool. But sushi Mew and a pack of smokes that were just sitting there. The restaurant design looks really cool, but again, it was just bypassing, so not there. Some Porsches, very nice looking cars, just hanging around Malaysia. Would love to drive one of these. Speaking of, Malaysia has the driver on the right, just like the rest of Asia too. Japan, I think Japan was also on the right? But in any case, Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia, the driver's side was on the right, so it's kind of interesting to remember, like, oh shoot, I have to get on the left side if I have to sit in the front, or like something similar, you know. Michael Beltran says, just take a Delta flight to get some Biscoff. I mean, true, can. Not impossible. For those who don't know, I'm indeed a rooster. I'm a rooster of sorts. And I was curious about my forecast. I mean, all the forecasts all around Asia that I saw had a lot of different forecasts for my fortune this year. But it was very interesting to see, you know. And it was fun to see what they think my luck is going to be like this year. Connor Nicolo, welcome back to the stream. Good evening, Chef. Good evening to you. You're here for the Yap session, I'm sure. Or you're here in time for the Yap session. We're talking about Malaysia right now. But I hope you started the weekend is going well so far. We have some new friends here. We have Iqbal and Hafizu, who are both from Malaysia, who I assume are coming here to watch because we're talking about Malaysia today. And I hope they're enjoying the stream so far too. Okay, so we made our way a bit further into the city. Coca-Cola was having a promotion, and I'm actually a pretty big fan of collecting Coca-Cola merch. They had stuff, but again, I didn't have time to take the time to just do their promo stuff, so I had to settle with taking a picture for the time being. But it was for the New Year's. It was very cool. You could go in there if you look on the right side to take a picture and like do some activities related to Coca-Cola stuff. I don't know if you even get a free Coke from in there, but I think there was some like goodies you can get from in there that was quite neat. We passed by Pavilion Suites, which is really funny to me because if you look on the top, so I'm looking right now at the Coca-Cola booth. If you look up, you can see that it starts to say Pavilion. If you live in the States, you might actually recognize that that logo, because it looks like the logo or the way they write pavilions in the States, like the text wise, right? If you look at it carefully. And I don't know, I'm not sure why it looks the same. I'm wondering if it's just a coincidence or if there's something related to the pavilions in the States here that's there, but maybe one of our local Malaysians here can clarify that for us. But Legit says, I had a good night. I hope you had a good one too. Welcome back, by the way. I hope you're having a lovely day and a good start to your weekend. And I hope I have a good one too. Thank you. Same as you. I hope you have a lovely start to your weekend. And if you're celebrating Valentine's Day with someone, I hope you have a lovely day with them or date. I'm happy you're doing well. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm still single, as I was reminded recently by Q. Q was like, if you forgot it's Valentine's Day, it means you're either single or you're kind of in trouble, because if you have a partner and you forgot Valentine's Day, ooh. But they are correct. I am indeed single, so I don't have to worry too much about the ramifications of having a partner on Valentine's Day yet. We'll see though. That might change this year. Who knows? So if remember what I said about Labubus being everywhere? Yeah, they're actually everywhere still though. I'm assuming they have the same kind of fame and notoriety in Malaysia as they do in the States and in other parts of the country, but they're there. Okay, so that this picture is actually because I was going around trying to find more weather suitable clothes while I was in Malaysia. So I only had long sleeve shirts for like walking around with my jeans in. And so eventually I picked up, well, not this one. I wish I did. This one, they had a Bear Bears collab with some, I think this was PJs. It was so cute. I would have loved the set, but they didn't have the right size for me, sadly. So, and then what happened was, I think the promo already ended like maybe a few months ago, so they only had a few limited like shirts left. Big Sag, but look at them, they're cute. Pop by their Starbucks, and I think I took a picture of this just because the store, like Starbucks does their stores really cool sometimes in Asia. Like I remember reading that there was a Starbucks built into one of like the old architectural buildings in Japan, and it's like an old tea house building and looks really cool because of that. Like a friend who likes this otter. I don't know who they are, but I thought it was cute. These though. Okay. So this these were some of the most comfy pillows I've ever had the pleasure of feeling and like lying my head on. I can only describe them as mochi pillows. They come from Kuji. It's a store that's in Asia. Very interesting, unique modern designs indeed, right? I thought that was really cool. I like modern design, which is kind of sad because my family is kind of more into like old style, which I understand. Old style is kind of neat too, like housing in particular as well. But I'm actually more of a fan of modern, and seeing modern design is pretty neat. Anyways, these mochi pillows are great. I wanted to pick one up on the way back home, in either Singapore or Malaysia, but unfortunately I did not have the trunk space or the time to go back to get it. So when I went to Singapore, actually what happened was I went to look for these pillows, and it turns out it turns out the pillows that I saw in Malaysia weren't available in Singapore, sadly. So it is what it is. Yeah, so this was from the view of the QG outside. It was quite nice, very temperate still, but we got some desserts as well, some classic Asian desserts that we were able to enjoy at a lovely restaurant, even the rainbow variety too. Delicious. Oh man, I'm getting hungry. Maybe I should have ate before this. And in hindsight, I talk about food a lot on these streams, and I probably should have just eaten some food beforehand. Miffy was around too. It looks like we're doing a collab with a store called Montego. I couldn't find the store in the end, but the cups themselves were really cute as well. And this is on the way back, so we walked back from the mall back to our hotel. We took a few streets around this time to just kind of get more of the layout of the land. This is myself just kind of like exploring the area too. My parents and my family, they decided to just go back the normal way, just to get back to the hotel faster. They weren't really suited for walking, so I just kind of did a walk by myself here. And yeah, it's just, there's a lot of places that are still kind of being renovated, but still very beautiful. Like, it reminds me of Singapore at times too, honestly. Maybe a little more rustic Singapore, but that's not a bad thing necessarily. Singapore is very modernized, I guess is the best way to put it. There's still a little bit of greenery here and there, but I think it's a little bit less than here sometimes. That's my opinion of it. I could be wrong though. Let's see. There's some Dubai chocolate from this restaurant here, which was nice. And then yeah, just more pictures of the area. It was very beautiful. This is kind of neat. So the Red Bull over there, I'm assuming this is still the same Red Bull that we find here in the States. But they have them in actually cans in Malaysia. Assuming it's the same one, but I was like, oh, these are neat. I kind of wanted to bring one home just to like keep as I can, but unfortunately, again, liquids, heavy, big, luggage, nai. Understood, indeed, right? So in Malaysia, durian is also quite a popular thing. You can smell it. You can smell it as you walk by. And yeah, if you're into it, you know what? Malaysia and Asia is probably the way for you to go because there's durian everywhere. Funny enough, I took a taxi at one point to go to a further area. And the first question they actually asked was, "No durian, yeah?" I can only assume that means in taxis in Malaysia, you're not supposed to bring in durians just because of the sheer smell of it. So it's kind of funny to hear that though. Let's see, Musang King Goat. Oh, this one? Is that like a popular durian chain? Or is that the one that you know from Malaysia? Is it the goat? They did have the biggest looking store down the street that we walked through, so... Oh, this one's also Musang King. They had a giant, if you look carefully, they had a giant durian statue over there. It's pretty fantastic. So cool, so big. The ordinary. That's all I had to talk about this store, but I thought it was funny. I was able to pop by Uniqlo over there too. They had Uniqlo stores, and they Uniqlo does have collabs in other parts of the in the world that like have local stuff as well. In the Asian ones, they were doing I think it was the 30th anniversary of Tamagotchi, and they had Tamagotchi. Which actually, wait, I think that's still in my luggage. I should probably take that out. I got one of them. It's a Tamagotchi that is UT or I guess Uniqlo branded. It was pretty neat to see. Let's see. It's a variation of durian, most popular type of durian. Oh, is it? Is this a variation? Oh, I didn't know. Good to know about. What makes it different than your usual durian? If you can tell us. Oh, and they had Sanrio characters too. They had Sanrio characters. They had Sanrio characters as a collab for UT. And actually, there's this. I think I took a picture of it later, so I'll tell you about it once we get there. But they had a restaurant that's quite popular in Singapore and in Malaysia too, that they were doing a collab with, and so I picked up a few shirts from that. This was a jacket actually I got to pick up. Actually, no, it wasn't this exact one. It was a very similar looking one. I was looking for something that was a bit lighter that I could wear in Malaysia, and there was a very nice one that fit pretty well that I could wear open chested, and it fit with my fashion, so I was quite happy to pick one of those up. And it's Paul Frank again. So there was another Starbucks that we passed by, and yeah, as you can see, Paul Frank is in full rotation here. Very cute. Again, kind of bummed that I didn't get any Paul Frank stuff, but next time perhaps. Who knows? We went by a mall, and we were actually invited to this mall by some family members to eat at a pretty high, I'd say high dining restaurant. It was an omakase that was solely based its menu on soy, I believe, and it was definitely one of the most unique meals that I had before ever. So I'm quite excited to show you about the food there. This was just a nice picture on the side, like of one of the buildings of Malaysia while we were passing by. Iqbal says normal durian usually has a big seed, but Musang King has a small seed. Oh, interesting. Ooh, I never knew that. That's good to know, though. Does the taste make it? Does it make the taste any different, or does it mean there's more fruit, like more durian to eat? So we walked in, and we were greeted with a lovely view of Malaysia, and also a nice little kitchen. So there's a little viewing port for the kitchen in the back there. I wish I could have taken pictures while I was in the back. I don't think I was able to, if I remember correctly. Thankfully, the chefs there were kind enough to hear that I'm also a chef, and I was like, I asked them, may I actually go see your kitchen too? Because I'm usually interested in seeing what restaurant kitchens look like and how they differ in like different parts of the world. And they were very gracious. They were very nice to allow me to go in to the back and see what they were like how they would set up their food and that kind of thing. So it was very neat to see. More creamy. Oh, interesting. Nice dining place indeed. It was very nice. This was the view from the restaurant, I believe. Yeah, I think that's what it was. And then yeah, we took some pictures from there, and it's beautiful. I think it's a very nice, like slightly more rustic version of Singapore with a lot more greenery and nature, I think, and I like that a lot. So this was the sake that was introduced to me while we were there. This was actually what one of our family members brought in because they wanted me to give it a try. It's a yuzu sake. Very nice on the palate, actually. This is probably one of the rare sakes. I don't usually drink. I'm not usually an alcoholic kind of person. This is one of the rare instances where the flavor and the balance of it was so good that I enjoyed it so much that I eventually asked where I could find it in Malaysia, and I actually took. This is what actually took a lot of my trunk space. I took 2 home to enjoy and share with my friends. Ideally, I still have to get to the share to my friends part because, again, adult life, it's kind of hard to get everyone together. But if you ever get the chance and you see this bottle somewhere in your travels, this yuzu sake, definitely give it a try. It's the way we had it set up, or my family member had it set up. It was just this with a bit of like 1 block of ice. So good. And so this is the soy cuisine that we had to, that we got to enjoy. Very, again, big thanks to the family member who took us here. It's literally all soy. So like we got konnyaku, okra, and potato salad. A very delicious inari skin. Tofu tempura. You can see the menu there and that I show off, but like, so good. Juan Nicholas says I'm looking for it next time. For the sake, yes, please do. The sake, I cannot stress enough that like it is one of I don't drink alcohol, so usually it's not really to my palate. But that one with some ice, really good. And from what I understand, it's not too hard to find. Maybe if I can find a name later, I'll post it. But yes, the soy cuisine was delicious. This was one of the. They had some tempura, if you notice, in the back as well, for one of the next courses. And this was just some tofu with some wasabi and I believe a soy dashi that they made. And oh my god, just thinking about it was so delicious. To me, this was definitely one of the most unique omakases I've ever had because everything was catered to just like soy. The tempura, it's tempura. You're not gonna. There's no soy in that, but it fit so well with the meal. The konjac noodles over there is a very healthy omakase that still left me really full, which I was really surprised about. The balance of the meal was so well done that I totally forgot there was no like. We actually didn't know. That's not true. We did eventually get some protein a la carte because our relatives wanted to give us a try and like have us try the meat too. But I think I would have been actually totally satisfied with just the soy meal itself because it was just so well done. This was a dessert of soy milk and it was like a soy ice cream with some crumble on top and also delicious. Equal says, ooh, yeah, right? From what I understand, that restaurant does rotating omakase. Like they design a menu and they do the menu for like I think a few months, and then they reset it and try another thing. So I don't know if it's still the same thing, but if you look up soy omakase in KL, you might be able to find what it is. And there's some hints of pictures from what we saw today in the stream to figure out where it is too. So definitely give it a try if you can figure it out. This was the view of the hotel actually. This is right next to the elevator to the lobby. Just open air, very cozy, some plants. This is the second day before. Yes, this was the second day before the wedding. Wow, this is only day 2. That's crazy. I have some water nearby. I don't. It's okay. I'll drink later. We got to go to our local Well, in Singapore we call it hawker centers. And I don't know what they call it in Malaysia, but it's like a outside food court that you can eat like street food in, and it's so good. I accidentally took a blurry picture there, but it's fun to see the kitchens outside, I guess, in my point of view, because normally you don't see this in the States. This is only something you can find in Asia. Yeah, actually only in Asia, now that I think about it. I'm sure there's places in other places of the world that's kind of similar to this, but to me this is like a very Asian kind of thing. Local kopitiam. Yeah, there you go. Local kopitiam is what it is. And it was fantastic. Like, there's so many different varieties of food. Look at this. I wanted to try all of it. This was me taking pictures all around the place before I decided what food I wanted. I may have snuck in some pictures here or there to take pictures of their like cooking areas, because again, I like those. But yes, it's kind of crowded at times, depending on what time you go to. Actually, funny enough, we went during the time where it was like very busy. It was like breakfast time, lunchtime. And then as soon as we were done eating, we looked around and like everyone was already gone. Like they already gone to the next part of the day. It was a lot so quiet, but it's interesting to see the bustle like as you go through. This one was I just saw the ratings on the top right, and I was like, oh, interesting. And so I started taking pictures. They had barbecue, the same as like the local Chinese barbecue stuff, you know, like char siu, barbecue pork, wonton. This looked delicious, so actually I didn't get this one, my sister did, so that we could try it. I chose another one that looks kind of similar because it looked good too. So yeah, we got to try this. She got us some wonton char siu, which is delicious. I wish I could have taken a better picture here, but it's really hard to get one with the glass in the way. This is the one I chose in the end. They had crispy pork on the right there that I really wanted to try, so that's what we went for. And yeah, this was our view. We got a table outside. They give you a number. Sometimes they'll ask you for your general direction of where your table is, so that they can, you know, find you when your number is ready. And they did. Same thing with the drinks, and we just ate. Ikmal says, how are you impressed about their cooking kitchen? It's impressive to me because it's so compact. It's very compact, but it still clearly works for them. Like a kitchen like this in the States probably wouldn't fly for a lot of health reasons, I imagine. But it's impressive to me because they clearly have a very condensed space for all these like foods, but it's still so organized enough that everyone knows what's happening in the kopitiam, or like the area. And it's cool to see the outdoor cooking too, because if you look, and there's like little small booths on the outside as well, where we took those pictures of the green onions. I like live cooking, so it's fun to see your food being made in front of you. So yeah, just some nice pictures over there. We got this is the one that my sister got, the noodles and the char siu. Oh, look at that! Can you not want it? Like, oh my god, it looks so delicious. It was delicious too. So I would love to go back just for that too. It's compact because it makes more space for the customers. That makes sense. I mean, that's smart too though, because like, if it's compact enough so that everything works out for all you need in the kitchens, because sometimes some kitchens you need like quite a few things, and it takes up space really quickly. So it's impressive to see that it's done for the reason of like letting in more customers, right? To me, it is, at least. Another picture of the delicious noodles and char siu nudes, I guess I'll say. They're delicious nudes. This is the wonton also that came from the same restaurant. It was a lot spicier than I thought it would be. I'm actually gotten a lot better at eating spicy food over the years, and this one still, it looked like it would be fine. Still caught me off guard, but it was so good too. This one was the one I think my mom decided to pick up. It felt like very, maybe not pad thai, but very kway teow style noodles. It was very delicious. Definitely Would not mind having this one again too. My sister also picked up. She loves these desserts. I'm not one to eat like these desserts usually, but she loves them, so she kept picking up the rainbow ones and the ones that she liked every single time she had the chance to. A little bowl of chicken broth too for your wonton noodles. Kikopu. This is one of my favorite sodas actually. This is one of my favorite sodas in general. Unfortunately, you can get this in the States. It's just very hiked up in price because it's an imported soda. But being able to see this one, actually, this funny enough, I took this specific can home. It kind of got crumpled on the way back, so it's not as clean as it looked before. But I washed it out, and now I have the can for the Year of the Horse too. So it was nice to be able to bring it back. It's a very citrusy, I guess, taste to it is the best way I can put it. If you ever get the chance to see it in like a store, definitely give it a try. For me myself, not myself. We shared this with everybody, but I went for the barbecue in the front. I gave us some rice, some crispy pork, and some, I believe it was duck, and that turned out really well too. Chasu too. It was a 3 platter, so very nice. At this point, I kind of did another walk around. I walked around back to the mall because I had to drop off my family. They were gonna do their hair and get ready for the show. Thankfully for me, I'm kind of simple. I don't really need to do very much other than press my shirt. So I'm suited up. I'm good to go. And so I did a walk around of the mall. It was very cozy. Even here, they look like they were still planning to develop more like skyscraper looking buildings. So I'm excited to see once I do return to Malaysia one day to see what it looks like. I went back to the Uniqlo. They had a One Piece collab going on too. I kind of wish I picked up this shirt. This was actually pretty nice. I like the reference too. Would have loved to pick one of these up, but I went by the Starbucks again. But this one was a very unique looking Starbucks as well, so I decided to go in. And actually, on the right side, you might notice Gongcha. That is also another one of my favorite tea shops. They had merch too. It was cute, but they do have a Gongcha where I am at, so I don't need to go. Same with Starbucks, but they had like cute merch though for the Gongcha. We stopped by the Starbucks bar, and if you notice, there is a like little smaller bar in the middle for like a barista to serve customers, which I think is really neat and cute. Like all the equipment you need for baristaing is there too. I assume it's another special type of service they have if you order it, because if you look to the right, there's actually the normal order place where you can find like your normal orders of coffee, which is not bad, the Malaysia cups, the Kuala Lumpur cups as well. So I don't remember which one I picked up. I'm pretty sure I picked up Kuala Lumpur because that's specifically where we went, as opposed to the Malaysia one. The Malaysia one is cute too, but I figured, while I'm at a place, I might as well go specific, right? So that is the cup I eventually went for in the end. I feel like the Starbucks cups in Asia are a lot better than the ones in the States, though, for real. Like, look at these designs. They're really cute. I think they have a little revolving window for the top for the drink. And as usual, Paul Frank's back. And this one had an etched door, too, like Starbucks Reserve. I guess that's what it is. It's like the reserve section for the bar in the middle. Very interesting. Very cool to see. On the way out, well, this is actually just walking around the mall. I found there was a gaming chair a Pikachu gaming chair just being sold. It looked really comfy. I didn't go in and take a look at it, but it was very cute to see. It was lunchtime too, though. So actually, you know what? When we went to the Kopitiam area, now that I think about it, that was breakfast. That was kind of like breakfast. So eventually I got hungry while I was walking around the mall before the wedding. So I went ahead and found this store. Kanadaya. It's a ramen store that's famous for I believe their truffle ramen. You can see a picture of it down there. Actually, here's a better picture of it. #1 ramen in London, of all places too. And I couldn't say no to that, right? So I went. I tried it. Actually, I just noticed. Actually, I didn't even know that this was a thing, but it says limited edition 20 bowls daily. So I guess I was lucky because I got there and I asked for it and they had it. So I was able to enjoy this truffle ramen, and it was definitely something special. Like, oh, just the broth, the flavoring, the truffle. Usually when you eat truffle, it overpowers the other ingredients, but this one made it blended really well with the ramen ingredients, which I was really impressed about. So Ikmal says, I'm back, welcome back, nice seeing you again. We're talking about lunchtime after that kopitiam, and we went to that mall again and ate some ramen. Did I take pictures of? I think I did. I think this was just us walking around before we decided on the ramen. There's this store called FOMO. Again, continuing the chain of funny store names. FOMO is one of them. I thought it was funny. Fear of missing out. But it's like a travel store. Thought it was cute. They had an Apple store too. Very interesting design. You can go all the way up and you can leave the mall, I believe, from the top of the staircase up there. And they had it's a 2-floor store as well, which was kind of interesting to see. Which mall did you went now? This is the same. I think this is the same one still. TRX. This is day 2 though. After being able to, this is me being able to walk around myself a bit more. So I looked at stores I was interested in. So the Apple store as well. Apple stores always have some kind of unique design as well. This was the ramen that I mentioned earlier. So funny enough, they had a window to their kitchen in front of my booth or my seat. So I just kind of pressed the phone against the glass and took a picture of their kitchen. Classic ramen kitchen though. Apple store, indeed. It was a very big Apple store too. And in the end, I was, again, very lucky, I guess. I didn't realize they only made 100 a day, but I was very lucky to be able to try the truffle ramen, and it was so frothy. The ramen itself was so good. The noodles were done just right. I even got a kayadama, which is like another order of noodles once you finish your one in the bowl to continue eating more. Oh, so worth it. Look at that. A work of art that is. Apparently #1 in London. Until I passed that sign, I wasn't really too interested, but then I looked at it again. I was like, ooh, truffle ramen from London? In Malaysia of all places? So yeah. This is still the mall. We walked around. Actually, if you look on the top there, you can kind of see the greenery of the floor. You remember how I mentioned from that room you could see that the mall had a floor of like an outdoor floor of a park? So that's actually the start of the park up there. You can go up there and see what's outside. I unfortunately didn't have time to go up there in the end, but a lot of fun. It looked really cool too. And they were still set up for the holiday season, it seemed like, so a lot of little flashy lights, was cute. Passed by a Lauterock too. So the Lauterock is a chocolate store that I know of in the States. They have a very, very lovely hazelnut chocolate. If you ever get the chance, definitely pass by that store if it's in your local area, just to try the hazelnut. If you're not allergic, of course. The hazelnut chocolate is so good. Oh yeah, park on the up floor. Yeah, there's a park. It's really cool. I wish I could have seen more of it. I saw it from the outside of my room. Like far away, but it looked like it was a really cute park. Okay, sorry, I need a sip of water here real quick. So I went back outside, took some more pictures of the area. Very cozy. I'm gonna go a little faster if you guys don't mind, because I think we're still only on day 2 of the 7-day trip. So yeah, Malaysia is very pretty. Like, the humidity is just right for me, in particular, because I don't know, like in Indonesia it's just as humid. Thankfully, the area that I visited didn't quite have mosquitoes. This is the one trip, actually. No, wait, no, incorrect. Almost. This was almost the one trip where I left Asia without any mosquito bites. I did get one eventually in Singapore before I left, And that's actually was not where I was expecting to get a mosquito bite. I usually get mosquito bites whenever I'm in Indonesia visiting my grandparents, and they come frequently. I was only there for a day this time for Indonesia, so the chances of it happening was kind of low. But I made it out of Indonesia before going to Singapore, and it's like, yes, no mosquito bites. This is the best vacation ever. And then I got one as I was joking with my friend about it in Singapore, like the day after. Unfortunate, but Pumpkin says hello in the Yippee. Hello to you as well. Welcome back. How's your start of your weekend going? Happy Friday the 13th, and apparently Valentine's Day is tomorrow, which I didn't really realize, and I'm kind of worried because usually every year we do a Valentine's cooking thing, but I didn't plan anything for this year because I just got back from my trip. So we might have a late Valentine's Day celebration, but we'll see. But how are you doing so far? This was nearby our hotel. I decided to take like the streets around back to the hotel too, and there's even like a little like walkway on the side though to enjoy for those who do want to go through that way. 1 second, sorry. Okay, here we go. Badly, but I'll live. Oh, badly? I'm sorry to hear that's the case. I hope your day continue, or your weekend gets a little bit better. And if anything, hopefully the time spent here will help your day be a little bit better with my derpiness and derping through Asia. But yeah, you're absolutely, of course, as always, welcome to stay here and just enjoy your time with us. So welcome back. Ikmal says, usually depends on the place. Some place that near the jungle gets mosquitoes. Oh, that makes sense. I think usually in the main cities you don't have to worry about the mosquitoes too much. At least in Malaysia, I felt pretty safe from mosquitoes. Jakarta, I mean, historically, every time I've been there, I've always gotten mosquito bites. So it's just, I expect it. But this time it didn't happen. But then I got bit in Singapore, so it still happened. But it's okay. I'll take it, I guess. So this is actually the venue. This is the venue of the wedding. It was very beautiful. It's in one of the hotels downtown. Oh, I forgot to edit this picture. So there was on the way up to the room that we're gonna enjoy the vows. There was a little station here that was like Le Petit Chef, the world's greatest chef, and I wanted to I forgot to put a picture of myself in. But I personally went in as well to take a picture, but I wanted to like copy paste a picture of myself in there just to be like, hey, look, world's greatest chef. That's me. Maybe one day I'll get there, but I'm definitely nowhere near that. I have a lot to learn. There was a little nice coffee station before the wedding reception area, which was cute. And it was very office-like, actually. I don't know. It felt like a very office. Oh, I guess it's an office to a hotel, which makes sense, I guess. I was looking at these like shelves though. I was thinking to myself, wow, if I had these shelves at home, it would be so easy to put like figures up there. I put so many figures up. I still do, I guess, technically, but I used to collect figures a lot more than I did now. And a lot of them are still in the box. I would love to bring them out and, like, take pictures. After the reception, there was like a little brief time to mingle with everybody outside of the ballroom, which is where the dinner was going to be held. And this guy came in with a bunch of desserts. This was catering. The guy came in specifically for the wedding, but these sorbets and ice creams were so good. They had this yuzu one. It's the white one in the middle there, next to the lychee raspberry. So delicious. Q, welcome back to the stream. Hi, I'm back. Hi everyone, I'm back. Welcome back. Yippee! Thank you for the yippee as well. Pumpkin's here as well too. They also dropped the yippee. I'm happy for that. So we had some ice cream. They even had a bunch of toppings too in the big jars that were really satisfying to look at. I kind of wish I could have just taken a really artsy picture of these because they look really cool in contrast to like the background and everything. Eventually we had like hors d'oeuvres come out, some appetizers for the wedding. So this one was a salmon tartare with wakame aioli, sesame cone, and a sour cream and chives crust. This was really delicious. I had like 3 of these. It was really hard not to eat more. The salmon tartare was really interesting to eat. And there's we were talking about it earlier. It was hard to find like raw fish. It was in Malaysia, so this is like actually like first time seeing raw fish in Malaysia being served. So interesting. They also had a pan-fried crab cake. I only ate one of these, but it was still delicious. The decorations were cute too. Look at the crabs on the side just peeking out. It's cute. Some nori aioli and tomato salsa. This was also pretty good. I did like the salmon cone a bit more. And there's pictures of the front again. This was part of the... This is from the escalator view. There's some hotel guests kind of like hanging out here or there, but you can see on all the way at the end is where the reception kind of starts. Very cozy. And then eventually this is the menu we ate for dinner. So I'm not going to go through each one. You could actually read it here if you'd like, but eventually it ends up with a mango sago cream pomelo dessert, which was so good. The Chinese tea was served throughout the whole thing, and I'm pretty sure it was a really nice jasmine tea. And it was some of the best jasmine tea I've ever had. I'm gonna have to ask them what it was later, but I would love to serve that jasmine tea at some point. Cute decorations, right? They were really cute. When you do food well and you can plate it with like decorations like that, I think it's a pretty good indicator that you know what you're doing with your food too. Hopefully. But yes, so this is what came out. Delicious food all around. It was very well presented, and also just very Asian food, I guess is the best way to put it. It was very enjoyable throughout the whole dinner process. Some was that shark fin soup? Braised fish soup. Braised fish ma. It wasn't shark fin. I was gonna say, like, did we actually eat shark fin soup? It looked like it, but Felix, welcome back to stream. Hello, I'm back. Okay, I'm back. Welcome back. Apologies if you're here earlier, Felix, when I started. Apparently I sent the signal from OBS to YouTube to start the stream, but it didn't actually start it for some reason on the YouTube side. So I was speaking to myself for a good chunk of like 11 minutes with no one answering me. I was like, what's happening? And then I realized, and on YouTube, I noticed it said preview mode. I was like, oh, it didn't actually start the stream. So welcome back, by the way. We had some prawn too. This was also quite delicious. Hey, actually, I want to know what you guys think, because when you have prawns in like soup or like hot pot and that kind of thing, how do you guys eat the prawn? Like me, I'm not a fan of like going in there, fishing it out, and then like peeling it with my fingers and then eating. I don't know. I like keeping my hands clean while I eat, so I'm usually not a big fan of like shrimps in soups in particular. You guys, I mean, I guess I'm gonna ask like, how do you guys eat it? But I guess that's not really that's kind of a dumb question in the grand scheme of things. You probably just peel it and eat it yourself, right? Q was like, hello, anyone there? Q was there. Q saw. I was sad. I was very sad because no one was answering me. It was like, hello. But yes, we figured it out in the end, and now we're properly streaming. So there we go. But yeah, everything here was delicious. This was the pomelo. Mango sago. It was great. It was delicious. At this point I was getting really full. Since it is like a wedding reception, they do the things in courses, right? And the courses come out after like every section. So like there's like a section where it's like the bridesmaids giving a speech, another section where the groomsmen are giving a speech as well, and then another section after pictures. So it was a pretty long process of getting the food out, and by the time this one came out, it was like I think the 4th course. I was already like, oh man, I'm getting full. It was good. This was the day after, I believe it was, because that was the nighttime before. So the day after, we went to another is it what they call it, Ikmal? Is it actually called a kopitiam? In Singapore we call it like hawker centers, but I'm tempted to say like food mall instead, but I don't know if that's technically right. He says that looks cute. The food picture, yeah, the lotus dessert there, that was really cute, and it tasted really good too. I wish I could remember it a bit more, but I was actually really full at that point too, so I was just trying to. You guys know me. I really don't like wasting food, so I just ate as much as I could, and at that point I was already getting full. Okay, so we also went to another kopitiam the next morning. There's a lot of there's so many different foods you could have in this area. This in particular was quite popular. I think I saw it around like different parts of town, but it's kind of like what I think it is. It's kind of like a beef jerky or a pork jerky. Like a good snack, I suppose. Ikma might have a better idea what this is actually called, but unfortunately I only got to try a little bit like at the airport on my way out because they were giving out samples. I kind of wish I could have brought some back home too, but I know it's kind of tricky with that one because it's meat technically, so I don't know if you can actually bring that across the border. But yes, this is like a little marketplace of food. You have little sweets here as well. You can bring back to like your office or something if you want to have some tea or coffee. Beef jerky. It is beef jerky. Okay, good to know. But yes. I think I took this in general just because the scenery was great, but I also wanted to point this out here that it made me laugh just now. Fluke. I'm sure it has a different meaning for some other food or something, but for the English speakers, you know what I'm going for here. There was a little interesting, I think this was a dessert. It was a dessert canister / dispenser. I don't think it was a drink. I think it was actually just for like a soup dessert that you can get. It looked delicious. There's a bunch of other desserts as well. My favorite actually is these ones right here. Oh my gosh, what are they called right now? I can't remember what they're called right now, but they have like a sweet cake that kind of usually just tastes like vanilla. Oh my gosh, what is it called? I used to eat this all the time at home. I can't remember what it's called right now, but these are delicious. They have like peach desserts as well. I think they were filled with like sweet beans. Very cute. Let's see. Prom Dart, welcome back. Me back. Welcome back. Thank you for the Unga Bungashi. The Wiggler-shi, that's what we called it. Oh, it's a small food court. Yeah, it's a small food court. They had actually, it felt really big, but it was a lot of different food in here. A little more spacious than the first one I showed up to. This is the one I think I eventually went with. Again, I'm a fan of chashu and like crispy pork, so I went for this. I think I went for that one in the end. They had a noodle place too as well. I think this store in particular, I think these were pictures of their family. They're very cute. I thought it was very cute, so took a picture. Bamboo charcoal. I regret not going back for these because these look good. Bamboo charcoal sesame seed egg tarts. That sounds delicious. I didn't actually, now that I think about it, I think I only had like no, actually that's not true. I had some egg tarts on my trip, but these in particular look really good, and I couldn't go back to go get them sadly, so big sag. But look, they have a whole oven for it too. Like, that's crazy. Would have loved to try one of them. In Asia, there is, in the food courts, there's usually like specifically a drink counter or multiple drink counters where you can get like your atypical drinks that you drink with your food. Like you got some Hainan tea here. Me, I like Milo, so I was going for a Milo dinosaur if I could. Which is for those who don't know, Milo is kind of like a chocolate drink, a chocolate malt drink that you can make with just water or milk or a lot of different things. That Milo dinosaur in particular is the same thing, but they put like a spoon or two of the powder, the malt powder on top. So like when you drink it, you get little chunks of the powder, and it's really delicious. Egg tart is goat. Egg tart is goat. If you can find a place with a good egg tart anywhere, like, it's so delicious. Farm Dart says, especially fresh. Farm Dart says, we always get sad when we miss a chance to try good food. For real though. I may, if I had another like 3 days, I probably would have tried everything I wanted to, but it still had like more things to find and try also. So unfortunately, we'll just have to try it next time we go to Malaysia, which I hope is soon, because I really enjoyed that Malaysian trip actually. I would love to see more of the sites. Like, I didn't even really get to do any sightseeing, like the major sites in Malaysia, so hopefully I can do that another time. Let's see, Iqbal says Milo Dinosaur mentioned. Indeed, Milo Dinosaur is life. Milo Dinosaur is one of my favorite drinks to get. I could probably just make it here in the States with just some Milo and condensed milk. But it's something about getting it in a like small food court like this that is so much better. Even they didn't do it for me this time, but they even have little baggies, if you look carefully here, of drink too that you can just carry around. Very convenient. No, it's a chicken. It's a chicken, huh? Is that right? Still never been outside the States. You should. If you ever get the chance, definitely try Asia. Asia is very interesting. Malaysia is actually a pretty good place to start if you want to try Asia, because it's a nice mix of Singapore and Indonesia, I think. You get a little bit of everything, and they speak English, so it's not too hard to travel around. Singapore, they also speak English. They call it Singlish, actually, sometimes. But if you ever get a chance, definitely give it a try. It really broadens your horizon when you like look at different cultures and like try different things. And that being said, though, if you ever travel across the sea to a different country, definitely check their local rules and stuff first, because you can get busted on really simple things if you don't know about it. Like, for example, I do believe in Singapore, you can bring gum into the country, but do not litter that gum somewhere. They will catch you and they will punish you very harshly for bringing and chewing gum in there. Especially in Singapore too. Another thing about Singapore, Indonesia, if you are caught with drugs, I think it's an immediate, like, I don't think it was a death sentence, but I think they can charge you up to a death sentence for drugs. So again, be very, very careful of local rules that you may not be aware of in your home country. Let's see, I wouldn't mind going to Europe. Europe is an awesome place too. I haven't been in a very long time. I think the last place I went to was, that doesn't really count as Europe though, Spain. That doesn't really count as Europe. Actually, kind of does. I don't know. You guys tell me. But Spain was kind of the closest thing recently. I would love to go back to London to give it a try, because now that I know about like pies and mash in London, I want to give it an actual try so I know what it tastes like. There's this thing called pies and mash with a parsley sauce or parsley liquor that I want to really try, like straight from the source, because I don't know what the parsley liquor tastes like, and I tried making it once and it tasted so bland. Let's see, Q with the scared face. Was it because of the laws and stuff? Yeah, you gotta be careful when you travel to places that overseas that you're not like used to. But sometimes there are laws out there that you really have to pay attention to just in case, you know. Iqbal says, we are welcoming to those who want to visit Malaysia. Yeah! I love to hear that. Make sure your stomach's empty, because we got a lot of foods you must try. Aw. I mean, that was exactly the vibe I got when I went to Malaysia, though. I miss it a lot. The food there, the culture. Very friendly people, too, when I was walking around and talking to people. So yes, this was the store for where I got my drink. I got my Milo Dinosaur. It was delicious. I guess I didn't take a picture of it because I didn't include it in here, but this was a dessert store that we passed by. The one in particular I'm looking at is these two. This one here, because I think that's lotus root. It's interesting to see lotus root as part of the candies in this culture. Usually I see it as like tempura or like things you add to like a stir fry or something, but this looks like candy, and I wish I could have tried it. And this one here, actually, these ones I think you see everywhere. They're like, I remember these from my childhood, like the little stars on top of like the biscuits, stars of frosting on top of biscuits, like good memories. Let's see, Promdar says, I'm a history buff of the 20th century where 2 major wars happened. Wait, you mean where you want to go, or? Let's see, Father Nicholas says, yeah, the cops saw me in Japan while I was riding a bike. Oh, really? Like, wait, like a pedestrian bike or like a motorbike? Let's see. I intersected with a Shoten guy and didn't come to a complete stop. Ah, yes. So Japan, from what I hear, also has very strict traffic laws. So if you don't follow them, well, you'll almost certainly get pulled over. In the States, we have this thing called a rolling stop too. I'm pretty sure a lot of people who have an international license to do a rolling stop there get stopped too. Igmal says ice cream biscuit. Yeah, the ice cream biscuit. These ones. This one, I hadn't seen these in forever. These awoke in my childhood. I was like, wow, I haven't seen these in forever. And somehow, I don't remember why, I didn't pick up a bag to bring back. I think it was because the next day I was already traveling, so I didn't really want to load up too much on stuff. But I wonder if I could get that here in the States. I'm gonna look around for that later. And these were more of the mochi bean cakes. Oh, they look so good. Let's see. Auntie May's crispy papaya. I saw it and it looked really delicious, but I didn't get to give it a try, sadly. More meats. And eventually, as you can tell, you might have noticed, this is probably the second or third time we've gone through this. I do like my crispy pork and my chasu, so that's what I got for the table. And it was delicious. It was great. The rice was delicious too. And if you look carefully on this in the distance in the background, you can see my Milo dinosaur. It was just as delicious. You know what? I need to go on Amazon. I need to see if I can find like a tub of Milo. I kind of want to drink Milo here. Make some iced Milo. Let's see. I definitely played the Gaijin card. Is that right? The Gaijin card, for those of you who don't know, is when you go to a country. Well, in particular, that one, Gaijin is Japanese. Gaijin means foreigner, so they were playing the foreigner card. So, Father Nicholas says the cops were like, Uzukashi ne. They're trying to explain. Oh, you tricked them, didn't you? You can play the Gaijin card like, oh, I am Gaijin. I don't know Nihongo. I'm sumimasen, and they'll be like, oh, we don't know English, so we'll leave you alone, I guess. If you play it right, it sometimes works, you know. Oh, the fruit too. It's rambutan. I think that's rambutan. I'm pretty sure it's rambutan. Either way, rambutan, my beloved, delicious. I gotta get home. I gotta get home now. If you're still live, I'll stop by. No worries. Get home safely, Dart, please. And thank you for popping in again. And I think we're still gonna go for a little bit. So hopefully we'll see you in a bit here. This was a picture I took on the freeway. My cousins invited us to play some pickleball. Oh, pickle? Was this pickleball? No, this was. No, it was pickleball. Yeah, this was pickleball. So we played because I know there's a similar sport with a different like rackets and a bouncier ball. I think that's racquetball. No, we played pickleball though, and it was a lot of fun. Very cozy. This was at I think this was at some sort of resort, like a little bit away from town. And yeah, we just enjoyed. We just played some pickleball. We rented out a court for like an hour or two. Over there's a manicure place where my mom decided to stay in for the whole time to get her mani-pedi while we were playing pickle. Pokeball. That's a new one to me. Father Nicholas says I still feel bad about the Gaijin card. I mean, you were trying to not get into trouble, so I can kind of excuse it, but how dare you? You tricked that poor man. He says, I love this fruit too. The rambutan? Yeah, the rambutan is delicious. You can find it here in the States, I think, too, but it's a lot harder. You have to go to an Asian market for sure. Letty Dar says, I don't have to wait for the bus. It's right here. Oh, go! Go, dude, go! Make sure you make it. There's a kuching. There's a cat. It was a really cute cat. We're just like walking by, like hanging out in the shade. And delicious. I can't remember the name of the dessert, but my cousins ordered it and I tried it. Oh my gosh, this was so delicious, especially after pickleball, and we were all sweating and like we needed a quick break. We had some lunch though. They went for a lot of different things. This was also part of the table. I just took pictures of what the others ordered. I myself saw this. This actually, it was a soft shell crab carbonara, and that sounded really interesting to me. So I gave it a try, and it was quite delicious. But the dessert, oh, it's a new sport here that's just viral though. Pickleball, yeah, pickleball is fun though. It's a good way to get quick exercise too, because the setup isn't too difficult, and you don't have to move that much, but it does still give you a pretty good workout. So I like it. Ice batu campur, is that what that is? Now I know, because it looks delicious. It was so, oh god, so good. We left the lunch after, and I don't know. I don't think this was the day I went to the airport. I think this was our last day hanging out. Yeah. Okay, so no, we hung out with cousins for the rest of the day, and we just took a tour around the city. Again, just the architecture and the way like everything is set up is very interesting to me, and it's very beautiful, very cozy city, Kuala Lumpur. I have to visit. I need to go visit further out to see what Malaysia is like too, like in one of the rural areas. But I'm sure it's very interesting as well. This one made me laugh too. WTF restaurants. I can't imagine like a conversation of like, this is a very popular restaurant. Like, yeah, you want to go head up WTF? Huh? What do you mean? The WTF? Yeah, WTF. WTF restaurants. Oh, that's what you mean. From Dutchess, I've been lied to. The bus is right there, but the drivers are on their break. Okay, so you have a brief moment until they get back. That's fine though. That means you can hang out with us until they're ready to go. Yeah, there were very nice buildings in the mix of like the very like older style buildings, which I thought was pretty cool. They're very cozy though. Again, very Singapore like. This is kind of what Singapore looks like, but Singapore is for sure more modernized looking and a lot more buildings. This one still kind of retains its nature side to it, which I think is like the kind of like the Jakarta side. Why as I'm saying is like, it's a very nice mix of Singapore and Indonesia, and I like both places. So having a middle in between where they also speak English, very nice to visit. Another road goes egg tart. I did have an egg tart. I can't remember. I think one of my parents brought egg tarts back home and split it up for us. No, that's not right. One of my cousins knows the owner of one of these restaurants that sells a really good egg tart. So we went there and visited, and this was one of the best egg tarts I've ever had. I don't think it was the best I've ever had, but it's definitely pretty high up there. We got a nice little fruit tea on the side as well, and we also popped by Nomu. So Nomu is a new sake store that opened up in Malaysia. The guys are cool. They're really chill. I would recommend visiting them in KL if you ever get the chance, because they just opened up their storefront. There's like their physical storefront. They actually have an online presence, but this is their first actual physical presence now, and this is where I actually was able to pick up the yuzu sake that my aunt, my relative, was able to get. They also had within the same brand of sake that they imported. There's also an apple variety, which was also quite delicious. I actually just preferred the yuzu because the sourness and the tartness of the yuzu was a little better in my opinion for the palate. But it was still very good. They were very kind enough to let us give us a try of the apple one as well. And actually, if you notice, there is a can. They do their own canning there for their own special drinks as well. And they gave me a can of their, I believe it was a lychee sake that they had going. And so it was a lychee beer. And I wasn't gonna tell them like I don't really drink usually. And I was like, oh. I mean, a little kind of small, so I was like, okay, you know what? I could give this a try back before my flight tomorrow, and like in my room. So I did, and it was delicious. It was great. It was fantastic. I didn't waste it. Their vibe in the room, they have like red tint on their windows, so it makes for a very interesting lighting area in their drinking areas. So definitely give them a shot if you get a chance. And this was the apple that was presented to us, and it was very good too. I prefer the yuzu still, but if you wanted an alternative and you like apple more, this apple sake was also quite fantastic. Welcome to WTF Restaurants. Yes, welcome to WTF Restaurants. What would you like? I wonder what kind of food they serve there too. Now I'm kind of curious, but prom dressers love that. There's a restaurant where that has the perfect name. I won't say because I guess you're gonna have to tell us later in the Discord then. Lol, I like the idea of a liquor store called Drink. Nomu, yeah, just Drink. I like it too. It's a very cute name, and again, the guys were very chill. They let us try a drink off their like stock just to show us like what the Ringo or the apple version tastes like. So very cool guys. If you're ever in KL, or actually for those who are in Malaysia, like Iqmal for example, I would highly, if you are looking for sakes imported, definitely because these guys are online too, so you might be able to check them out online. Check out Nomu. They're really cool. The guys are really sweet. They have a really cool bar too. I took a few pictures because again, kitchen areas are my like, I like seeing them. So they had a really cool thing too, like little sink in the front too. Very convenient. Love one of these counters. Eventually my sister decided to visit a dog store nearby while we were talking drinks, and I went and visited them, and she showed me very quickly that they had a very funny collection of dog chew toys available. So that you have like little meats of steak. You got new tail, puppy butter, I think was the one underneath that. You got cabbages on the bottom right too. These are really cute squeeze toys. Eventually I went for one that was like a crab, like a packaged crab looking one. Look, they got corn too. They got fish. These chew toys are really cute. Only because it's a local restaurant, so I don't really want to dox my area. Okay. You can just let me know then if you are okay with sharing with me, but I understand that too though. So this was a really interesting restaurant. I wish I was able to eat here. It was across the street from Nomu. It was like if you look on the distance, it's like a rice pot kind of like a clay rice pot style food. It looked really good. I would have loved to give it a try, but unfortunately not enough time again. So it is what it is. Yes. Another view from our from where we were staying. And yeah, KL was quite lovely. I would love to go back again just to visit. Well, I have family there, so I guess I could visit them too as well too. But I would love to like just visit the local areas as well too at some point. So hopefully we'll go back sometime. Lovely picture. And for our last night, we went to a Chinese restaurant. There's your Musang King again, your durian. We went to a local restaurant, Chinese, that had that they told us had a very, very good char siu, and I was definitely not disappointed. It was very, very good. This was our walk there. It was really good. This reminded me. I don't know if you guys have watched Batman, but the restaurants outside had a bunch of lights that reminded me of the White Room in Batman. Oh my gosh, Blackman. He is covered in black, I guess. No, Batman, where he talks to Lucius and like Alfred when he's talking about like his weapons and like his plan to go like, I don't know, go to China or whatever. So it reminded me of that. It was really cool. Yes, we had a lovely meal. We had some mabo tofu as well over there, some duck. Oh, thank you for the doroshi. I appreciate it. That's actually pretty much how I felt when I was like eating there. Like, look at this delicious food. This is the char siu they mentioned. Easily some of the best char siu I've ever had, and same thing with the crispy pork. And it was a lovely dinner. Decided that we were done, so we went back to the hotel, and I drank that beer that I got that day, and that was pretty much it for the Malaysia portion of the trip. Igmal says, all right, I have to go now. Glad you had fun in Malaysia. See ya. Thank you for coming by. If you did enjoy the stream, Igmal, do consider dropping a subscribe on the channel. Really helps the channel, and I would love to see you again for games if you're interested. We do play a lot of games on this channel, so. And thank you for your input on Malaysia, because it's nice to hear like what the actual names of some of these dishes are, which I don't know. So thank you again. Have a lovely weekend, and hopefully see you around the stream sometime soon. So yeah, we took a few more pictures of the nightlife. We went, actually, that's true. We didn't actually finish the day there. We actually did one more walk to, I think it was the Central Mall area again, where there's a bit of a nightlife. Before we talk about that, though, I do need to use the restroom actually, and so I'm gonna leave you with this picture of a very funny license plate of WTF. Maybe it's the guy who owns the WTF restaurant. But yes, hold on, I do need to use the restroom real quick before we continue. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that, friends. Okay, I had to use the restroom real quick. Pumpkin is here still. Hello, hello. And Lila, welcome back to the stream. Hello, am I late? No, you're not. You're actually here on time. Sorry I was a little away. I had to use the restroom real quick. Okay, so yeah, we are finishing up our portion of the Malaysia trip here. I forgot about the Kung Fu Panda tea, but there was a Kung Fu Panda tea logo that I passed by on our walk back from that last restaurant we ate in Malaysia. The night scene is pretty actually in Malaysia also. Funny enough, there was a costume performer just walking around too. I think that's just the same thing as most like tourist places where they just walk around. If you ask for a picture, they'll ask for like a coin back or like money back too. Lila, welcome back. Hi, yay, finally. Hi. How did your tasks go? I hope everything was good. And welcome to the weekend if you're starting your weekend as well. So if you look carefully here in the picture, you might notice there is a Stitch costume. So just further down. There was a really good Sun Wukong that was walking around too, actually. I don't know if he was doing it as a promo for something or if he was just leaving for the day, but there was a lot of people following him and taking pictures because he looks so cool. You'll see it later. But if you look carefully, there's the Stitch still down there. And yeah, they're just very, very pretty. This felt like Shibuya, actually, this area. I'm not sure where it was, but it was near a hotel and we just took pictures, ate, stopped by some stores, and that was pretty much it for the night. That if you look up there, it's one of those like 3D cat video things where it looks like they're jumping out at you. It's really cool. Nice shot. Oh, thank you. I like taking pictures too, but I don't really understand how filters and like exposure kind of works for cameras. I'm trying to learn to be better at them, but thankfully my phone is pretty good as a one shot, like quickly take kind of thing. So yeah, very lovely place. Wolo, wololo. I don't know if any of you played Age of Empires, but that one was coming. So when I saw Wolo over there, I was like, wololo. Let's see. Lila says everything is good. How are you? Everything's great, thank you. Just enjoying the start of the weekend. I'm very hungry actually, so I'm gonna eat some food after we're done here today. But let's see. Lila says yes. I saw that Wukong maybe in your story in Insta. I think. Did I post that? I might have actually, so you might have seen it too, but the Don Quixote penguin's still here. I can hear the infamous theme in my head, and I'm gonna hear it later this year as well, but I don't need to remind myself of what it sounds like right now, so thankfully I don't remember what it sounds like. I just keep my brain away from it. There was a nice card. I guess it must have been a I guess, I mean, there's a hashtag there, so I assume it's like a famous card or something, but there's people taking pictures around it. There's the Sun Wukong. He stuck out like a nail. Is that what the phrase was? He stuck out like a sore thumb. There we go. Because look at him. He looks so cool. Like, look at his costume. Like, the feathers look so cool. Like, they stretch up way above his head. And he was just walking down the street. I don't know if it was because for a reason or it was because like he was part of the costume people earlier, but he looked badass. Like, it was so cool. Anyways, this was the next day. I realized I had to get my kale cup before I made my way to the airport, and was completely packed up. So I woke up in the morning, quickly went over to the Starbucks again, said hi to Paul Frank, looked at the Paul Frank stuff again, because again, very cute, but I didn't get it. Walked by a Five Guys of all things too. I was like, oh wow, it looks exactly the same as the States. Like, even up to the point where like the front of the store has a bunch of like peanut bags. So very, very classic Five Guys. I was wondering if the taste was the same, but alas, had to make it to the airport next, so had to leave. This was the Coke promo area that we saw previously. Looks like they were closed for the morning when I was there, but it was still nice to see again one more time. And this was me. Got my luggage, was ready to go, and we made it off to the airport. The airport itself had a Burger King, which again, I was very kind of funny to say. I want to try these Burger Kings and like Cinnabons and like famous Amos's across the sea, because I know they have local menus which are suited for the people who are like, you know, local. And I mean, I want to give it a try, you know, but I unfortunately did not have enough meals. I was actually kind of late here. The traffic over to the airport was a bit longer than expected, so I had to kind of just get in and go to the flight. There's a lot of donuts that look really good too, but again, no time, so we quickly went through. Well, I thought I had no time, actually. It's more accurate, because eventually I made it through, and I realized I had like maybe an hour left of time, but I already made it through, so I didn't really want to go back out and get food. So I just looked around in the area, and look what I found. My enemy, my friend and enemy, my frenemy. So if you look carefully in the inside of this unfortunate discovery I found, there's a bunch of Pokemon cards in there, and magic cards, and very popular sets across the sea, like the Gengar gem set and like prismatic evolution for Pokemon. I think I have a better picture. Yeah, look at that. And I couldn't help myself. They were selling like three pack bundles too for the newer sets, like for Phantasmal / Mega Evolution. So yeah, I bought some packs. I bought some packs. I opened them. I ripped them. I had an SIR or two somewhere here or there, and it was really, I was happy with what I pulled. And you know what? It was actually technically cheaper than the majority of Asia to pick it up from the airport here. So I kind of wish I picked up more. In fact, there's some extended extended heroes for the Dragonite for the set that's coming out on the bottom left. But in Japanese. I would have loved to pick up a few, but I already had decided to pick up a few of the Mega Evolutions in English, so that's where it went. Lila says Pokemon. Yeah, Pokemon. They had everything. Pokemon, One Piece, Magic the Gathering 2 in English. They had a lot. They had a pretty good selection, and the prices weren't that bad either, at least in Malaysia. When you go, you're gonna see that we saw these in Singapore too. Not the same brand, like store, but like other card pack machines in Singapore, and they were so expensive compared to this. Like, oh my goodness. I went to my terminal. This was actually past the gate, or at the gate, and there was a nice coffee bot. I really wanted to get a fruit tea from it, but unfortunately it did not quite work. I tried setting up you tap your card there and it like clears it, and then you're able to just select a drink and it'll make it for you. Unfortunately, it was not working. But thankfully, that also meant that after I checked out this gate here, because it's kind of cute, nearby there was a stall vendor that was selling very lovely and very tasty croquets, egg tarts, and all these other things too. So there was one that caught my eye here. It said the chicken sausage sourdough croissant. Oh, sorry, chicken carbonara sourdough croissant is what I got. Oh my gosh, it was so good. It was like the perfect breakfast food. It's like a cream of it had a taste of like cream of mushroom, but it tasted like the chicken carbonara that you'd expect in the form of a pastry. Oh, so good. And since I couldn't get a drink from the machine, I also got a matcha latte from this stall, which was really nice. Look at that. Shiny and delicious. And this was I was surprised that this was also right at the gate too. This airport, this is the different airport that we didn't, that we took off from to Singapore, because the original one that you saw in the beginning of the stream was the international airport in KL. Well, this one I think it was really meant for more local flights. Since Singapore is pretty much like a states away in the States, it's just a very short flight over, right? So they just made it quote unquote local flights for this airport, which is nice. As you can tell, we just walked out to the runway, got on our plane, and we were good to go. Actually, funny enough, I think I saw my luggage getting packed into the cargo area over there in the front before we left. It was kind of fun to see. Oh, the famous Amos cookies I mentioned. So I still don't know what happened to these cookies, and I'm kind of sad about it. Apparently they're exclusive to Firefly, which I didn't know, but they gave us a pack of cookies to eat during the trip, and I don't remember eating it. So I'm wondering if, like, did I store that in my bag? Did I bring it out of the airplane after? What happened to this bag of cookies? Because I feel like I would have distinctly remembered eating famous Amos cookies on the way out. So it's either in a bag somewhere, or I think I might have left it on the plane, which I'm kind of sad about if I did, because I would have loved to eat them. Looks tasty. It does, doesn't it? So worth it. I want to, oh my gosh, I want to eat it. But again, so because we took a local flight out of Kuala Lumpur, we also landed in a more local kind of airport in Singapore. So rather than Changi, when we arrived this time, which would be the second time out of 3, we landed in a smaller airport to the north of Singapore, I believe. I can't remember the name of the airport right now, but it's cozy. They had a Teh Tarik restaurant, and very open area. Like, it's very cozy. I wasn't expecting it to be like as nice as Changi. Oh well, I mean, I already had expectations like, okay, this is gonna be a smaller airport. It wouldn't be as nice as Changi, but this is still very nice for like just a small airport in the north. Like, look at this, it's cozy as heck. So I ordered a taxi, and I just took some pictures of the area while we were waiting, and it's just like, look at this. This is beautiful. It was nice to be back in Singapore. Singapore is a place I visit fairly frequently because of my grandparents. They don't live there, but they frequent it a lot for doctors. So when I happen to go there and they happen to be there, I'm able to visit them at the same time, which is nice. Which is, I think, hopefully it's going to happen in June. So you might actually see more pictures of Singapore in June when I go. No, you lost the cookie box. I did. I'm kind of sad about it still, to be honest. And I really would like a cookie right now, but it is what it is. So there's everyone just waiting for their taxis as well. And there's a lovely field over there on the side, which leads to, I think when I looked at the building later, when I passed by it, I think it's just like an aviation building. Very neat. After that, I was able to finally visit some friends who live in Singapore. They were very kind enough to meet me on the 1 day transit before I went to Jakarta for another day or 2. And we went to this lovely place. I can't remember what it's called right now, but it's quite a famous and long-lasting, I guess, historical place, where it's kind of like a another food court, like not quite like a hawker center, because this one is, I think, a bit more formal than a hawker center because they have actual storefronts. But there was so many varieties of food here that you can have. Look at all the seafood. I like cookies. I can eat them all in a single time. I want a cookie right now. I'm low-key tempted to go after stream to go to like my nearest market and get some cookies, but can I do that? I have dinner too. Okay, after the dinner we'll see. But they had seafood, they had oysters, they had a whole variety of things. And they took me here specifically because there's this little portion of the building called I'm calling it Satay Alley. So for those who eat Indonesian food, there's this food called satay. It's like chicken skewers, usually marinated with some sort of like lemongrass and a few other things to make it tasty. I had not known actually that there was something like Satay Alley in Singapore, and this one in particular apparently got viral in Korea. They were numbered, like Satay 1, Satay 2, all the way to Satay like 10. And Satay 8 or 7, I think, was one of the ones in the middle. They were very viral in Korea, so some of them were shouting in Korean, like, come here for your satay, or like, I think they even had a poster in the front too, just like signify like, this is the one that you saw the viral videos of. And then it was cool. It's like right over here. Very interesting though. I took this picture and I wanted like, look at the seating. Like it's very cozy. Well, maybe not cozy. It's very close with other people, but can be cozy. I wanted to point this one out here because during my trips in Asia, next to Milo Dinosaur, I also am a big fan of sugarcane drink. Yeah, it's pretty hard to find here in the States unless you're in like an Asian town or city. So you can, I think I put it in the album here too. But first off, let me talk about the satay. You got satay, you get like shrimp skewers. You also get like little rice packets too, which is the green ones that like spew out rice. Oh, so delicious. I hadn't had a good satay like this in a while too, so it was very nice to have. And again, a big shout out to my friends who took me there and taking the time to eat with me too. So this was the drink store, and next to the satay alley, they had a nice selection of drinks. So this is what I wanted to talk about actually, because there's this thing called teo. You might remember like they had teo, like umamusume. When you add an O or like a C, here you can see like te C to the end of your te when you order it. I think that's how there's like specific ways to order like certain things in Singapore for drinks. I think C was condensed milk, if I remember correctly. I might be wrong. I don't remember what O was, but there's certain ways to order drinks in Singapore, which I thought was pretty neat. Another thing I wanted to point out for this one, the sugarcane tower. So you remember that like container I mentioned earlier? I think I took a picture of it. That thing. Oh, okay, we'll talk about it after satay corner. But so satay corner again, very long street, all satay, and all delicious. So that's what it was called. It's Lau Pa Sat. It's a food court that was historically there for a very long time. So quite popular, delicious. But this one, I was so tempted. 1480 for a sugarcane tower. I was so tempted to just get one and then share between the like three of us because I really wanted sugarcane drink. Oh, so good. It's something new. Sugarcane? The sugarcane drink? It is, I suppose. Well, maybe not in Asian countries, but in the States, it's definitely something that's not seen very often. Satay corner, though, also, I guess that would be a bit new because I don't think I really know any satay places in Singapore, so it was very nice to see. And also got Coke Zeros, but I don't recall if I don't think I brought the cans back. I think I wanted to, because again, it's just the can, like a horse can for the year for Coke, and I collect Coke stuff, but I don't think I brought these in the end. It's just a matter of space, you know. And yeah, this was it. This was the one that you can see in the Korean TikToks where it's quite famous. So if ever you're in Singapore and you want to see the famous Korean satay place, this is it. You should go visit. Is it booze or just something really sweet? So it's not actually as sweet as you might think. Sugarcane drink. I'm trying to. So maybe not. I was gonna say like it's kind of. It's not like what you would expect if you put like sugar, like, you know, processed sugar, like white sugar. You put that in water and mix it around. That's not what comes out actually. When you have actual sugarcane and you squeeze it, you get this, which is a sugarcane juice, a drink. Sometimes they filter it like once or twice through a like sieve to make it a little cleaner, looking like this. But the best way I can put it, it's like a grassier, earthier, sugar drink, I guess. It's not as sweet as you might think it is. Like when I say like sugar juice, like sugarcane juice, it kind of gives the impression of like it's just a bunch of sugar dumped into, like, squeezed out of a cane and like put into water, right? Which isn't what it is. Like, it's definitely grassier and earthier than that. It's like natural sugar, which tastes really good, especially if they add some lemon juice in it. Oh, so good. Yeah, definitely give it a try at some point. They usually don't add anything else or like water to it. It's just straight up sugarcane juice, and then they add ice and then some lemon juice sometimes because it's quite popular like that. Pumpkin says noted. Yes, please give it a try. If you're like in an area with like local Asian or like an Asian town or city, you have a pretty good chance of finding that actually. Just look in your local area and maybe give it a try. Squeezing sugarcane, hard task. It is a very hard task. They squeeze it between like 2 presses that really tightly press down the sugarcane, and then the sugarcane itself looks kind of like bamboo. So if they're squeezing it to the point where they're almost flat, those presses work really hard. And I think I took a picture of it later in another Singapore picture, so I'll show you that later. Maybe machines, yes. It's definitely done by machine, because you can't do that by hand. You can, but it would take forever. And this was the satay. Oh, sorry. Satay 7 and 8 was the one where they saw they're noted for Korea. So very cool. Okay, and this is Changi. We are back in Changi Airport now. So we spent the night after Satay LA in Singapore over transit, because we were gonna. I was actually gonna stay in Singapore for the rest of the trip. But with the idea that my grandparents were going to be in Singapore, but as it turns out, they were actually in Jakarta at the time. So in the end, I decided to visit them for like a day and a half, and it was nice. So we flew over to Jakarta from Changi. I thought these were really cute because it was a Pokemon themed air adventure bag thing, which you can get. I don't remember why I took this one, but I guess it was because I was trying to take the outside, but it looked moody, I guess. So we arrived in Indonesia. This is the international airport of Jakarta. Very traditional looking, as you might see. Sometimes a little empty too, but I think we were there pretty. You know what? We did arrive very early. We arrived maybe around 9-10 o'clock, because I wanted to spend as much time as I could in Jakarta for the 1.5 days that I had there. So we picked up our bag. Oh, well, actually, we didn't even. This was funny. Usually, I have my big like suitcase with me, right, to carry all my clothes. Thankfully, I was able to leave it in Singapore with some relatives. So all I had for me for the day trip was just my backpack. So I was waiting at the luggage chute for my bag to come out. I was like, oh wait, I only have my backpack. This is great. So I just kind of walked out. You've noticed there is a KFC here too. KFC is quite popular in Asia, actually, surprisingly. I wonder if it tastes the same. Actually, funny enough, I have a KFC close to where I am, and I haven't had it in a while. Maybe I'll give that a lunch sometime soon. But I'm pretty sure it's very different than what you might taste in Asia. So I waited for a taxi, and yeah, as you can tell, it's kind of like Malaysia, right? But a lot more rustic, for sure. Like very traditional old buildings still, that still exist in Jakarta. But very green too. So one thing, if you're ever in Asia and you go to Jakarta, you better be prepared to understand traffic there. Because I don't, and I try very hard to. And it is chaos. All I can describe Indonesian traffic is chaos, but somehow it's controlled chaos, because I don't think I've ever seen anyone crash in Jakarta. But the driving goes hard. Like, this is just a picture I took from the taxi. So you might notice we're in the far left lane. Now, this far left lane in the States would be the lane for like cars that have to pull over for like accidents and that kind of thing, right? And it's a lane, if you notice further up by the red car, that is freely used by everybody. So when from what I understand from the rules of the laws, the wild laws of Indonesian driving, you just have to be aware of your surroundings, especially for motorbikes, because motorbikes are just everywhere. Lila says, yes, it's common. You know what? It'd probably be the same in Thailand, no? I imagine it's pretty similar too. There's a lot of motorbikes. You just have to be aware of where they are so you don't hit any of them. And if you're trying to change lanes, good luck, number one. But number two, you can kind of give an indicator rather than your actual indicator by just giving a small honk and then starting your descent over to your next lane. But to get around other cars or slower cars, like as you can see, no one will hesitate to take the side lanes to get further up. And it's definitely interesting to see for sure. I'm not used to it. I will never get used to it because I've been to Jakarta so many times, and I still don't understand it, and it's scary. I don't think I'd ever want to drive in Jakarta, but maybe someone taught me. Who knows? But yes, very green country. A lot of traffic. Very old style looking buildings as well. This one kind of interested me because the station looked like it had like a flower on top of it, but it doesn't look like it's in the best state. So it might have been really old, like a really old station in general. Oh, so I have a lovely cousin. By the way, you know, if you're watching, you know who you are. I have a very, very lovely cousin who also likes Hololive, and they were very kind. They live in Malang in Indonesia, so that's on the other side of the islands, like the east side of the islands in Indonesia, while Jakarta is on the west. They were very kind to send some lovely merch of my Oshi when she was selling merch in Indonesia. So I got some Ozora Subaru keychains and standees, which I still have to unpack actually and put up from them, and also some chromatic future stuff from the Holo ID girls, and Pocky cards. Apparently they had a Pocky promo where if you get like a certain number of Pocky packs, you get a free, like a random freebie Holo ID card. And my cousin went very, very hard on those Pocky cards because she wanted, I think Kaela, I think Kobo also. But she went so hard that she had a bunch of extra cards that she didn't need, and so she sent them to me instead too, which I'm very happy for because Yofi's in there. She's one of my faves. Oh, she's actually, I'm looking at it again. She sent me a Kobo too. But yes, so she sent me some extra cards as well as the standees I ordered from the Chromatic Future event, which she went to. So big shout out to you. Thank you again for the lovely souvenirs, especially my Oshi, my Ozora Subaru merch. I don't think I would have ever been able to get something like this from Indo without you. So big shout out again, and thank you. I'm watching for 20 minutes, not chatting. I'm cooking. I'm gonna be cooking. Oh, okay. No worries. Take your time. You're free to just cook. Yeah. Please cook your food while watching if you want. Take a break if you need to. It's so cool. I like those things. Yeah, me too. So I'm very happy to say that I have some Indo merch now, official Indo merch too, and some of my Oshi. So I went to a mall to meet another friend. There's a lot of friend meetings actually. So this one is a cosplay friend I met in Indonesia. Again, for privacy's sake, I'm not posting pictures of her or myself in these pictures. But we went to a mall nearby in Jakarta. Bread Life is classic. I love bread. I like life, and that is a lovely bakery that I like to visit sometimes too. The wall of sambal was the greatest thing I've ever seen in a while. We went to a market nearby because I was trying to find a souvenir for one of my friends who specifically wanted a snack from Indonesia that they miss. They're also from Indonesia, and while I was looking for it, I ran across the wall of panas, I call it, the wall of spicy. So this entire row, like all the way that stretches about like 3/4 of the way, is all like spicy sambals, like spicy sauces, and I was like, whoa. I want to try them too though. Take forever though. There's so many different varieties. Pumpkin says cute merch. I know, right? I thought it was very cute too, so I was very happy to receive it. Here's the soda section. They also enjoy their sodas in Jakarta, and I don't know if I included it here, but there's I don't think that, maybe I didn't find it or include it here, but more drinks. I'm a fan of drinks, by the way, so I like trying new drinks whenever I'm in a new country. In this one in particular, I think I took it because there's this drink here, Chi. Chi is a sparkling flavored water that you can get here in the States that I've been drinking, and it's been pretty good as far as like a substitute for soda. So I saw it in there. I was like, oh, I wonder if it's the same. Oh, I guess I didn't take a picture of it. So oh, maybe it's a Malang thing. There's this syrup that you can add to water. That's quite popular in Indonesia. That you can get at supermarkets, and I guess I didn't see it this time around, or I didn't take a picture of it, but yeah, I guess I didn't. I'm not seeing it here, but it's very popular, and hopefully the next time I go around Singapore or Indonesia, I can show you guys what it looks like. There's a mochi donut store. Oh, that wasn't even mochi donut. It's straight up mochi store. I wanted to give that a try too. There was a sushi place. That I was told maybe not the best place, but it looked interesting enough too. They got Hunan cuisine too. This guy was looking. I didn't even realize this guy was looking at me kind of funny. Maybe he realized who I was and was gonna say hello. Pizza Hut there goes hard too. They have legit restaurants. Like, look, like they have actual seating and like they'll bring out your pizza to you. That seemed interesting to me, but my friend had a different thing in mind, which was this very popular, I believe it was African chicken place. That had set up store in this mall. This mall also, by the way, I wanted to show, like, it has a very fairy tale like theme to it, if you notice, like in the towers in the back, and there's a little clock tower as well. Very cute. I noticed there was a Marugame udon, very popular here in the States as well, and I was tempted to get the udon, but again, we had chicken to eat. But yeah, very fantastical mall this was, and oh, Dairy Queen too. I wish it was an Orange Julius though, because I would have loved to have another Orange Julius. But nay, I can only get it here in the LA Fair nowadays, I think. But yeah, very very cozy. There's the clock. Very interesting too. Din Tai Fung also, another popular one here in the States, and Coco Ichibanya. All the foods that I see there, like I want to give a try also, just because, you know, I want to know if it's the same. But you know, sometime with the limited time I had, it would be kind of a waste of a meal, right? So sadly, I had to pass it off. Pancake Co. They had a variety of, like, I don't know, I forgot what they're called. They're like the really puffy, stackable pancakes that everyone is like taking pictures and going viral of. Wanted to give that a try too, but funny enough, after I ate lunch here with my friend, I immediately had to go to dinner with my other family members because the time was so close to each other. So it is what it is. This was actually just the main dining area where like there's even more like food court stuff. But look how pretty it is. Like it's very, it's like very, this place in particular felt like very carnival like. Again, fantastical, right? You got a little bakery in the middle too with some desserts. Very cute. There's a piano. This one, unfortunately, unlike the airport that we visited in the beginning, which was in Malaysia, has a piano, but it was sealed off, so unfortunately no one can play on it. Or at least I don't think anyone can just play on it, so unfortunate. They did have pepper lunch here though, which I was really tempted to have. But we did eat it in Malaysia, not the exact brand, but same kind of meal, so we did have to pass it. Yoshinoya. Oh, Yoshinoya. Yoshinoya is one of my favorite fast foods. It was good in the States for a bit, but then I don't know, over time it's kind of degraded. If you have Yoshinoya in Japan, if you ever get to go, very, very different experience. It's so good. It's actual beef bowl. I mean, it is actual beef bowl here too, but it's much better tasting. You could get like green onions and egg on top of yours in Japan. And different sizes too. Oh, so good. Here though in Indonesia, I remember it being just as good as Japan, or like similar, at least not nearly as weird as America's. But here they do have like first off, very cute like little baggies for like takeout. But they do collabs here too. You might have noticed in some of my cooking videos where I have a Pikachu yellow and a Pokeball bowl. Those are from actually Yoshinoya Indonesia. They do really, really fun collabs. And this time around they were doing One Piece, which unfortunately this store was out of their merch, so I wasn't able to get anything this time around, but it was cool. It's still cool to see that they're still promoting like anime stuff, you know? What I dare say is one of the last few arcades in the world. I mean, Japan has them still too, but it's kind of like a declining not art. What's the right word for this? Like a declining convenience, I guess. The arcade scene kind of took a hit after the pandemic. Reasonably so, because that's kind of a public place that a lot of hands go through. So actually, when I went to Singapore again after the time here in Indonesia, I went to Singapore one more time. You'll see it later, but there was a distinct lack of arcades, and it was very sad to see because back in the day when I went to Singapore to visit, my favorite time when I had like free time myself was to just go to arcades and hang out with like the local kids, play games with them. It's not there anymore. There's some smaller ones. Thankfully, the one that I went to in Singapore, in Plaza Singapore, it still exists, but it's a lot smaller than what it used to be, and a lot of the games are now gone. So it's a very limited amount of games that you can play there, which bums me out a lot because I love the arcade scene. But what can you do, right? I hope it comes back. That's kind of the biggest thing for me. But then you think about it, in Japan, I think they just actually announced the ending of service for Fate Grand Order Arcade, which that was really cool to me too. So I don't know. I'm hoping more games still come out in the arcade scene, but it looks like it's kind of slowing down right now, which I really hope it doesn't. I want to still see more House of the Dead and Time Crisis games come out. Anyways, we were able to go in. Speaking of Time Crisis 5 was there. Very fun game. Wish I had more time to sit down and play it, but I was there just to pass by this time around and wait for my friend. This was interesting to me because I didn't know Marugame Udon had their own flour, so it's interesting to know that they do, because then I kind of want to see if I can get a bag of it and try to make my own noodles, but who knows. They also had a Yakun Kaya toast. I didn't have to go all the way to Singapore to have it, but there's one there. I didn't have it this time because I already had it earlier in my trip, and I was going to go back to Singapore after a day, so I'm sure I was going to see it again. This place also had a very lovely outdoor like park area in between the mall, as you can see. Is very, very cozy. It did start raining during this day, during halfway through the meetup, so unfortunately we couldn't walk around very much in the park, but it was still very nice to see. The little bridge too, and the bridge you can actually see what's happening underneath too, which is kind of interesting. Kind of scary sometimes too. You think, I'm sure it's like very tempered glass, so it's like very hard to break, but it's still kind of scary to see. So this is where we went to in the end. It's called Gabon. They have this lovely chicken, which I was super stoked to have. They had plantains too, of all things. They give you 3 sauces. All of them are really good, and they even give you magi over there if you need to add some more zest to your meal. But the chicken came with some rice. Very, very juicy. I don't know how to describe it other than if you are there. Like, if you're in Jakarta, definitely give Gabon a try, because the chicken, so juicy, so delicious. The sauces complement it so well, in addition to the plantains that are there that give it a little bit of sweetness too, in contrast to like the saltiness of the chicken. Definitely worth it. But yes, we finished up lunch. We walked around. This was the outdoor era after it started raining a bit. It did start raining a bit worse. Actually, funny enough, I forgot to mention. So this was actually during like typhoon season, actually. So as it turns out, I planned my trip to go to Jakarta with my grandparents, right? So I was supposed to stay with them at some point. Oh, not at some point, during the time I was here. And it just so happened that the typhoon weather just happened to start the day before I got there. So, my grandparents' place is kind of an older building. So the first floor kind of got flooded out. It was leaking. There's water everywhere, which actually, funny enough, surprisingly, the water from the videos that my grandparents sent me, the water was actually surprisingly clear for like how much water that was inside the house, like, which means the house was really clean, which I think is really neat. But you know, that's not very good for living. So what happened was my grandparents and I instead opted to go to one of our relatives' places and stay with them for me it was the day, but they were still there for like a few extra days after I was gone to clean up the their house and like get all the water out. Typhoon, yeah, it's kind of crazy. The weather itself was okay at going outside, but as far as the house goes, again, it was kind of like an older house, so water found its way in, sadly. But they were evacuated just fine, and it's just a matter of getting the water out of the house and making sure any wood stuff was not like on the ground. They had help too, so it was fine. Lilas is beautiful view, right? It's a lovely park. Like I don't know if you guys can understand what I'm feeling when I say like Indonesia's kind of rustic feeling. There's still a lot of nature. It kind of feels old at times, but it's nice. Singapore is very modern. A lot of buildings, a little bit of greeneries, but definitely less than Jakarta's, which is why when I say Malaysia I think has a pretty good balance of both. The Haagen-Dazs. My friend also likes cosplaying and anime stuff, so of course we decided to go to our local anime store, and there was a lot of Genshin goodies, which I don't play anymore, but I did see some Star Rail stuff. A lot of the lads from Star Rail, sadly though. I was looking for my faves like March, but unfortunately not there. If you look carefully, there's a Silver Wolf charm that was still available though. They had an interesting variety of stuff too. This store had like Persona, they had like a lot of different goodies from a lot of different series. So if you're looking for like a random box of stuff like from an anime you like, you have a pretty good chance of finding it here. Lunchtime. Oh, enjoy your lunch. I hope you enjoy it. I'm almost ready for lunchtime myself. We gotta finish up Jakarta and then Singapore one more time, and then we're good to go. But I'll join you in lunch hopefully sometime soon. This was pretty neat to me. I like cars. I'm not like super fans where I don't know like parts to the like serial number or whatever. But I do like enjoying driving manual cars, and seeing a GTR. Well, GTR Skyline was one of my favorite cars when I was a kid. So seeing that you can do a gacha for the keys was pretty cool to see. Eventually I didn't do it, but I kind of regret it because they actually look really cool. They had other things like Taiko Tatsujin One Piece goodies like this. Again, very cute. You can see they have the Tatsujin mascots with them as well. For me, I opted to do one of the gachas, and the one that stood out to me was this one, this Hunter x Hunter one. You get a statue of one of the characters that are here, and for me what I got was Kurapika's, which is the one in the middle with the chain. I was actually kind of going for Gon's. I like the fishing rod and the backpack. I don't mind Hisoka's, but Hisoka, I don't think I would have wanted that statue. I like the normal looking ones a bit more, especially the fishing rod. So unfortunately I didn't get it. I did get Kurapika's, which is fine, Pumpkin says I reinstalled Star Rail yesterday. Oh, let's go. Is it because there's a banner you wanna pull for? I'm still behind. I'm still in Picani, so Piaconi. So I have to catch up there too. I was surprised here. The store also had like Love Live plushies that I was kind of looking for ages ago. I want a Yo Watanabe one. She's my Oshi from the Love Live days, or Maki, but they had the Liela girls, unfortunately, so I didn't have to pick one of these up. But they're cute as heck still. There's some roti, some bread, delicious still. We went by a bakery, and my friend picked up a loaf of sesame bread, which was really good as well. And then there's some places that were doing like Pokemon keycaps, little figures, and like other things as well. So very cute. Some stores here in Jakarta also do like anime collabs as well. So in this case, we had we also saw some Spy Family ones that was really popular at the time over there. They're really cute. I would not mind having one of these as a water bottle, but I already do have a water bottle, so I didn't have to bring it back. This was interesting to me as well because I never seen warheads in the form of a drink, but apparently that's a thing. And it's very coincidentally situated next to one of my favorite drinks, Jakarta, which is fruit tea. I think I took a better picture of the fruit tea later, but very interesting drinks though. At least the warhead one, at least. Would have loved to try it. Lila asks, do you like sweet rice balls? I do. The like glutinous rice ones, those are really yummy. I like those. How about you? Fruit tea, again, one of my faves. Blackcurrant is pretty good flavor. They had a lychee one ages ago, but I think they discontinued the lychee one, sadly. And this was when I had to leave. My friend had to head out too. So this was me heading out to dinner with another taxi driver. And we went to this place called vtuberen. Oh, no. So I'm sorry. This was not the restaurant. This was a restaurant I passed by that looked really interesting. And the usual like other stores that are around. Sushi Hero looked very interesting as well. Their lobby, their walkway into their restaurant is very pretty, as you can tell here. I always like the design of these, like modern Japanese style designs like this. Very cool. Let's see. Pumpkins is 4.0 goodies though. They're giving out a free 5. They are, and Archron's in it. Oh my gosh, free E1 Archron. Wait, I could have a free E1 Archron too. What the heck? Oh, I need the update after this. Wait, can I do that right now? Hold on. Can I update while? Can I update while I'm doing this? Let's see. Oh wait, that's Genshin. No, not Genshin. Genshin's too big. Don't do that. Okay, Star Rail. Yes. Okay. Oh, it's the wait, is the new girl out now? The one that looks like Sparkle? Is it Sparkle? I have no idea. I don't know the lore right now. Okay, it's loading. Okay, we good. It's loading. I can play that later. Okay. Anyways, go away, Gremlin Nanashi. We have things to talk about. So yeah, the design of this restaurant is very pretty. If I owned a restaurant, I definitely wanted it to look something like this. It looks gorgeous. They had a little clock store that was next to it too that had like a interesting variety of like clocks. I think I honestly would have probably picked one up for home too if I had the trunk space, but I didn't really because it was just my backpack at this time. Sparksy, yeah, I think it. Oh, is that what her name is? It's not Sparkle, it's Sparksy. It's like another variation, huh? It must be or something. And actually, I'm looking at the flag right now. Yao Guang is another character too. Is she a 5-star or a 4-star? I don't even know what's happening anymore. But the characters look really cute. So I don't know if I'm gonna pull. Because I'm kind of. I recently pulled a bit for to help finish out my Super Break team, which was the last few banners. So I'm kind of set on teams wise right now. I don't, unless there's a really good reason for me to pull these characters. I don't think I need them, but let's be real. I'll still probably try. Anyways, there was a nice little Japanese snack and ice cream shop called Ikuyo as well, and sushi tape. Momo Paradise. I'm gonna speed it a little long here because I'm getting hungry and it's almost 9 p.m. already. But they had a mochi Mont Blanc as well from Ikuyo and it looks really good. I wanted to give it a try. Again, not too many meals have. We had a steak dinner. We had a steak dinner at I guess I didn't take a picture of the restaurant name here, or I forgot to include it. But my relatives took me to a very lovely steak dinner with a lot of different types of soups, and there's the steak. So worth it. The butter was so delicious, and it was so tender. It was so good. Would love to go again. This is post buttering up too. Oh, so good. Hungry. And they had a cheesecake too after. So good. What's for dinner tonight? Tonight I went to the market because I'm gonna make some hot pot for my family tomorrow. So I just got some onigiri and some like sushi packets. So I'm gonna eat that in a bit. This was bonkers to me, by the way. Some of the nicer taxis in Jakarta, like they're like vans, but the first 2 passenger seats in the back are actually like massage chairs with remote and stuff, so you can actually like get a nice massage as you're traveling through the city. I don't know what I did to deserve this this luxury, this limousine style massage chair car taxi, but it was so nice. Oh, so good. Okay, so this was the next morning. I said my goodbye. Oh no, sorry, this wasn't goodbye. We still had to eat lunch for this day as well. And my family also, they know I'm a foodie, they know I'm a chef, so they wanted to take me to all the interesting food places in Jakarta. So they took me to this lovely yakiniku place in Jakarta. The design is very beautiful, like the garden style like restaurant. That's the main chef that's preparing for his day, and that's the private room. We were able to get this lucky tatami style dining room on the in the center left here, which again really like set the mood so well. The atmosphere in this place is phenomenal, as you can tell. And so what happens is they have these little tiny seats, but your feet go underneath the, if you look at here in the side, your feet can go underneath the table so that you're seated correctly in front of the table, which is really neat. And yeah, we enjoyed some lunch. I was again my relatives, they were very gracious enough to treat me to an omakase there with the yakiniku style restaurant. So we had a bunch of different things. I took a picture of this because the glass looked really interesting, because it has a frosted like silver portion at the bottom that looked really cool. They started out with a starter of egg drop miso soup, delicious. We continued on to kimchi. This is kimchi that they made themselves, made of daikon and like the regular kimchi ingredients like napa cabbage, also delicious. This was, I believe, another yuzu. Oh no, this was a kombucha starter that came with the omakase. Very interesting, very delicious. Then they gave us the chawanmushi, which had a lovely dashi. It's very rare that the dashi impresses me, but this one, fantastic. Yum, right? Yes, it's so delicious. There's some green onions. They gave us a steak tartare on top of a wonton with some pears on top and some caviar. And I guess the gold leaf. I didn't even notice the gold leaf was there, but oh my gosh, it was so yummy. Look at that. The thing of art that is. And then they brought out the meats, the yakiniku meats of, I believe, like A5. Like they had the like pretty high grades of meat here. Look at that marbling, like, oh, the delicious. They had another mix of the tartare as well with a different type of bread, I believe, which is what this was. And yeah, they served us. First off, they served us a tongue, which was absolutely delicious in this yuzu broth dashi. And I want to figure out how they made that, because they made it so well. I just like after I ate the piece of meat, I just gulped the whole thing down because it was so good. But I think it was yuzu dashi and something else after. And actually, if you look, I think I took a picture of this because I was trying to figure out what the components are. It looks like they actually use straight up like yuzu zest in there as well. So notes for me later. Lala says, I'm having lunch and now the pictures are making me more hungry. Yes, good. Suffer with me. I have to eat. I want to eat, but I have to finish this first. And so they brought out the main chef who, very funnily enough, so when I think this is what happens in Indonesia. I have to check on the translation again, but when you call upon another person who's like a sir, you say mas. So like you say, hey mas, like you wave at them like, and you'll get their attention. So this chef who's Japanese also knows Indonesian, so he was speaking Indonesian to us, and I was like, wow, that's awesome. That's what I want to do. And then eventually he ended one of his sentences with, like, he was praised by one of my relatives. He's like, oh, terima kasih mas. And so what terima kasih is like thank you in Indonesian. So it was like thank you sir is what he was trying to go for, which I think they understood too. For me, I heard Terimakasimasu, right? So I heard itadakimasu. I was like, itadakimasu? Wait, are you eating? Are you eating with us? I got really confused for a second. It was just a funny, kind of close translation of what I heard. But my brain was also kind of, at the same time, thinking to myself, do I speak to him in Japanese or English or Indonesian? Which one do I choose? So it's kind of getting mixed in my brain. Very cool guy, though. He also, oh my gosh, this was so delicious. So he cooked the meat to perfection. And it was kind of like a sukiyaki kind of style. So he had gave us a yolk to eat with the meat. We stirred it around and ate it like sukiyaki, and then we finished it off with some rice as well. This same thing. The master chef prepared it, the meat, but he also the rice in the background is actually sushizu rice. So sushi rice. So he prepared it like a again, very beautiful. Like he prepared a niku sushi for us to eat, and it was very, very delicious as well. Very interesting. This one was also interesting because it's like chilled pickles, but the pickles themselves kind of tasted like yuzu, and the ice themselves tasted like yuzu. So it was very interesting to try as well. A very good palate cleanser. And eventually, the waiter came back in and took over for cutting some of the meats that we were eating, and delicious. Like I want to go back there immediately because this was one of the best meals I had this whole trip. And at the end, there was like, so he cut it up nicely so that there was like nice pieces for us to try, right, for the meat. But there's also the side trimmings that he had that he cooked that he tossed into this clay pot full of rice, and it was like a crispy rice clay pot finisher with like chives. Oh, so good. And then a little bit of dashi to finish up the meal as well if you wanted to add it to this. This one I can't remember what it was called, but it was like a very kimchi style kind of soup that he said he could add more dashi to kind of mellow it down if you need to. And then finally some, I think this was watermelon granada. I think that was the right term for it. So delicious. Everything was so delicious. And then the matcha to finish it off. Overall, very delicious. And I really can't wait to go back to Jakarta to try their food scene again, because this is the one times where usually when I go to Jakarta, I'm there for the street food as well. So street satay, that kind of thing. But this time I was only really there for a day. And so I didn't really actually get the chance to get my usual street satay food. So hopefully the next time we go around, get more chances to do that. But this is the ride back to the airport after that meal. And yeah, it was just beautiful on the way back. This is like one of the major rivers that passes through the city. And as you can tell, there's this very rustic feeling, right? I think that's really the best way I can put Indonesia. It's like very rustic Asian country, which I like. We made it back to the airport. It was already getting pretty dark. By the time I got back to Singapore, I think it was already like 10 p.m. And yeah, it was very cozy. Some people saying goodbye here. Oh, I didn't even notice that they were in the picture. But we took some pictures of the inside of the terminal. Jumba Juice was kind of funny to me. Another funny restaurant name. And yeah, we made it all the way back to Singapore. This is just some pictures of the local areas, and Jakarta had their own Starbucks goodies too, which again, they look cool. I would love them, but didn't have the trunk space right now, so it's okay. They also have horse-related themed stuff too for the Year of the Horse. This bookstore actually was a pleasant surprise to me, because when I looked carefully, they were selling Indonesian Pokemon cards, which I got some for my friends as souvenirs because they love Pokemon. Some Phantasmal Flame. We actually pulled the cards in the end. Actually, I haven't opened mine yet, but there's I think I need to give 2 more to some of my other friends before I open my pack. So there's that. It's fun though. Oh wait, they had a Mega Evolution there too. Shoot, I should have gone for those packs. I like Mega Evolution. Anyways, we made it back. Before I went back though, had to get my fruit tea. This is only available in Jakarta and Indonesia as far as I know. So got my fruit tea. Was nicely sipping on it on the way back. And yeah, lovely flight back. to Singapore. Thankfully, Singapore transit, or not transit, Singapore customs isn't too bad. If you prepare ahead of time, you can actually pre-fill a application before your trip to Singapore and Jakarta for that matter, so that you can go through the immigration a lot faster. So if you ever go there, definitely give that a check if you get the chance. So ordered a taxi, went back home to the hotel, and here we were back again. So back to Singapore. I don't know if there's very much else I need to show here though. I'm trying to think. Oh no, there still is. So we made it back to Orchard Road. Orchard Road is one of the main roads in Singapore that's like famous for their shopping. You might have seen this in my previous trip too, because sometimes I do pass by, and I think in our previous Zatsu or travel Zatsu we talked about it too. Lila says sad moments to coming back. Yeah, it's sad when you have to return home. You're realizing you're at the end of your trip and you're like, I don't want to go back yet, but it is what it is. So yeah, Singapore was awesome, lovely and beautiful as always. So this is what I mean by like it's a little bit more modern. You can tell there's a lot more modern buildings, but there's still a little bit of greenery. Malaysia is like a good mix of it, if you kind of get what I'm saying here. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to speed a little bit along because I'm really getting hungry now. I didn't expect this to take so long. It was only a week trip too. But yeah, Singapore is just beautiful as always. Very modern. There's definitely a nightlife actually, but I haven't really explored it myself yet, so maybe one time. Orchard Road, very famous road in Singapore. And it's a very nice place to walk through, especially if you're like if you're shopping and if you want to get, it's still humid here, so if you want to beat the heat, you can go inside. Orchard Road is kind of unique in the way that a lot of the underground with the MRT, like the train stations are, you could actually access a good chunk of these buildings through the underground just by walking to the next building over underneath, which is really cool. It's fun to see. No need to hurry. I'm not hungry anymore. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. You're gonna get hungry because there's still more pictures of food, but yeah, beautiful day in Singapore. We had I think I was only there for again another 2 days, but got to enjoy what I could. If you ever get the chance, very beautiful place. Like, definitely take a look and visit Singapore if you get the chance. Breadbox is one of Bread Talk. Toastbox is one of my favorite bakeries in Singapore. Actually, funny enough, sadly, I couldn't get any of the bread this time around, which it's kind of a bummer because now in my brain I'm realizing there's something I always get when I'm there and I didn't this time, so it's okay. Next time. So this is the underground I was talking about. So if you notice, it says Ion Orchard. So that's one of the malls that is available in the street, like the Orchard Road line of malls. So this is underground. If you continue to follow certain directions through the malls, you can actually make it pretty far down Orchard Road, just underground, which is I think is pretty cool. Kind of like Shibuya in a way, for those who know Japan a bit. Popeyes was there too. Actually, now I'm kind of hungry. I want Popeyes. I know we have it here though, so I can get that next time around I'm passing by one. My first stop during this trip was to a mall called Takashimaya. Now, why I went to Takashimaya is because one of my favorite mochi places, they sell this like peanut mochi. So good. I used to go there all the time after work to get a snack from them. Is inside Takashimaya, inside of their like little mall here. Now this is, I don't think it's normally like this. This is set up for a Chinese New Year. It's a little bit more busy than usual, but they have a food court downstairs where you can get the mochi still. And now, well, I was betting and hoping that the mochi was still there because it's been a bit since I actually went to Singapore, and thankfully enough, it was. And it's all its luscious glory. So they cut it up, they snip off a bit, and then they put it into this peanut powder, like it's peanut sugar and like a few other things if I had to guess. And when it comes out, they cut it up in there, and they cut it up and it comes out in like a little bowl that they give you. which I couldn't take a picture of actually. Funny enough, I was gonna visit some friends this day, and I wanted them to try it as well. So I had put it in my backpack for the day, and wasn't gonna try it until we met up. But as it turns out, I kind of while we were walking around and eating and doing things during the day, I completely forgot that it was in my backpack. So when I got back, to the hotel later, I was like, wait, I still have that, and I had to sadly eat it by myself. It got cold too, so I was like, no. Perfect though. I want to eat it fresh the next time around there, but it's so good. So this is the underground of Takashimaya. There's a bunch of like food markets and things you can buy. A lot of souvenirs for food too, if you wanted to bring them to like to family members and that kind of thing. Some cute donuts as well, cookies. Rice chocolate was there too. They're quite popular as a chocolate tier store. I didn't know what this is actually. It looked kind of funny though. It looked like a giant cake that was just suspended. I guess they cut it out during the day to like make slices for people. As you can see, it's the Lunar New Year here too. They're celebrating, and there's a lot of. I didn't get to go through the middle this time around, which I probably should have. I'm sure there's a lot of good, interesting things in there as well. Eventually, I made it over to the destination of where I was going to meet my friend. We had a lovely lunch at Sushiro. Big shout out to my friend out there again. Thank you for spending the day with me. We were actually supposed to meet later for dinner with another friend, but they were very kind and had the day off to hang out with me for a good chunk of the day, like lunch until dinner. So big shout out to you again. Appreciate you tons. Miss you. But yeah, before we had lunch, I was walking around. I was just looking in the area, and Suntec City is where we ate. Sushiro, very good, very good. I wish I could have had a bit more, but I knew we were gonna eat a lot for the day, so I ate a decent amount, and then we just left. I wonder if I took pictures of the inside. Also, yeah, Sushiro. It's kind of like Kula if you've been to there in the United States, like revolving sushi. You can order and they send sushi down the train track for you. Very satisfying. Okay, so eventually we found more pack places, right? More pack booths. And then this is where I looked at the price. I was like, nah, dude. So in the States, if you can get it at MSRP, you can get a pack for like $5, $6. Here they're selling the packs for 11, 12 bucks Singaporean, which is like nearly 10 bucks, I think, in US. So 10 bucks for a pack, I'm like, nah, dude. And this was consistent throughout all the pack boxes that I saw in the city. So like they really be trying to push it because I mean, look, there's a huge stock in there, right? But no one's taking it because I think they realize it's too expensive. But there were card stores too. They're very fun. I got again, luckily my friend knows the kind of like the anime areas in the city, so she took me to a bunch of different places. This Psyduck and the Psyduck Slowpoke card I actually was looking for quite a while, but it's actually, when I looked up the price, it was a lot cheaper in the States in English. So I held off. 65 Singaporean is pretty expensive, so they had the Lily card as well too that I really wanted, but that's also 610 in Singaporean. Very, very, very expensive. It's much cheaper in the States. And there was a wall. There was a wall of a construction wall where they had it so that you can draw if you'd like, if you bring your pens and just want to draw something. And yeah, there was like a lot of different artwork. Red Hood, someone drew Red Hood from Nikkei on the wall. A certain Moom, Keep Moomin, was on the wall as well. It was very nice to see them. It's still represented on a wall somewhere. There were a lot of blind boxes here as well from the shops. This one made me laugh too. If you're a fan of I guess what they're calling otome games, there's a bunch of otome merch for people who are so inclined to purchase, you know. Love and Deep Space definitely was a thing around. So This one is this was Hollow ID, some figurines I saw, but I was also laughing because I keep forgetting how tall Kaela is, and she has legs. Look how tall is she compared to Kobo. It's crazy. The penguin legs, they strong. There were some really cool Yu-Gi-Oh statue figures as well. One of my favorite cards is actually Winda from the Charmer series, and they actually had a figure of her from Kotobukiya of all things too. But again, storage space, not too much space in the luggage, also very expensive, so maybe next time. It was very well done, that figure. And then there was some Pokemon Aqua bottles that had like the Pokemon in it, which you can the bottles usually like kind of split apart, and then you can build the stuff inside and then close it up like this, so it looks cool. Yeah, cute, right? Yeah, very cute. So we made our way from there to Marina Bay Sands, which is a I would say like a higher upper scale mall. As you can tell by kind of like the clientele and the shops here. We went here though because it's just a place I visited previously before, and we had time, so we were just walking around enjoying the sights together. This is also very close to one of the famous sites in Singapore, the Merlion. So we visited the mall for a little bit, took some pictures because it's a very gorgeous mall. So right next to the port too. So you can go outside. There's a art and science museum that's situated right next to the mall as well. And I actually retook this picture. This picture, the same exact angle. I took it a long time ago when I was a lot younger, and it's nice to see that the flowers are still there. And now I can take it even higher quality compared to what I had before. So it's nice to return to places I've been to, you know. And the Singapore skyline as well, beautiful. And actually, something I noticed this time around too. If we look at the bottom, there's actual life in the pond. I wasn't expecting like goldfish and stuff in there, but there they are. I never knew that they actually had fish in the pond, and now I guess I do. Very beautiful place though. Singapore is amazing. I want to go back. We went back through the mall and we passed by the Apple Store, which is situated like a no, first off, let me show you the port. The port is beautiful as well. Like, look at this, gorgeous. I think here I was trying to show you the Merlion, but the Merlion actually is not in this picture. What happened was we saw the Merlion across. I was like, I kind of want to go see it, but I found out that my friend is not very good on boats because he could take a boat straight across to like a taxi. But but they couldn't take boats. So in the end, actually, what we did was we walked around the entirety of the lake, the port, to get to the Merlion, and it was a pretty big walk. I think in the end, my friend mentioned that we did like 30,000 steps in the whole day, and my feet were hurting. So I believe it totally. The view is amazing, isn't it? It's a very modern, but still kind of green city, which I like. So that dome in the middle actually is the Apple. If you look very closely, you can see like a little faint Apple sign here. That's an Apple store. The only way that, thankfully, my friend knew, the only way you can enter into that is underground through an escalator back up. So you actually can't go through this. You can't go into the store from the top side, which is almost what we did. Well, almost what I would have assumed to do. So we went back in. Went down, saw Gordon Ramsay. Not actually. We saw this restaurant. I wish it was there. Passed by another Din Tai Fung, and this is the Apple Store. So again, just look at the sheer size of this. Like, it's crazy. But it goes underneath, under the water, and back up to here, where you can see the inside of the dome. And it was very cool. They in this dome, it looks like they do workshops sometimes, and this workshop was about like using a Apple Pencil on an iPad. So they were teaching people who have iPads how to like use an Apple Pencil for their drawing needs, and it's pretty cool. It looks like a legit like class. And yeah, you can test other Apple products in here while you're in here as well. Very cozy though. So if you notice, there is an exit on the left side there. We can go out. but I think it's only for emergencies. You have to go back down and around to just leave the building, which is kind of funny. We went back to bread talk. I looked at the bread. I told myself I can't eat any more bread because I had too much food. They had an apple worm now on the top there. It looks delicious. We passed by the Olympic walk. So this is where we started our walk all the way across. And now if you look at the distance, way over here, this little tiny dot, that's the Merlion. So we had to walk across the entirety of the circle to get to the Merlion, which was a great walk actually. I wasn't expecting to get the walk in like as much as we did, but it was a ton of fun. Salad crabs, welcome to the stream. Cool. What have you eaten there? So in Singapore, we ate a bunch of different things. At this portion of the trip, we ate some sushi at Sushiro, which is like a revolving sushi kind of restaurant, which was awesome. I'm gonna show you what we ate later that day, which is again my last day here, second to last day in Singapore. But we had some food in a hawker center as well. Delicious. You'll see shortly though. But yes, welcome to the stream, Salads. Nice to meet you. Miho, welcome back as well. Wete Bekasi. Wete? Wait, Wete Bekasi? Wait, I don't understand. What did you type? Hold on. Am I pronouncing it wrong? Sometimes I can't, funny enough, sometimes I can't read Indo, even though I know what it means, because I have to I don't know how to actually write it down and spell it. Let's see. What have you said to me, mijo? Where? Where Bekasi? Is that where? Wait, Bekasi like in Indonesia? Is that where you are? Am I supposed to go to Bekasi? I don't know. You have to tell me where. It's not. We're in Singapore again. We talked about Jakarta just a bit ago actually. I was only there for a day and a half, but I got to visit for a little bit and got some lovely food with my relatives. But where are you? Are you telling me Bekasi? Should I go to Bekasi next time? Look, if you invite me and we hang out, I'll go. We get good food together. We stream, maybe even stream, and then we go home. And hang out too, most of all. I would love to hang out. Your daily steps would be like above 15,000 to 20,000. So in the end, I think it was like 25,000 was what we walked total for today. And it was a long walk to the Merlion. It was humid. It was a nice weather though. It was cloudy, so it wasn't really too hot. And yeah, we just walked all the way around. So I found out during this, my friend told me that when we get close to the Merlion, there's actually a Persona cafe. For those who like Persona 5, there's a Persona 5 cafe that we were able to visit. I took this picture because it was nice scenery, but I also realized like there was a danger zone because there's a lot of bird poop on the ground. A very concerning amount of bird poop on the ground compared to all the other trees. So I was like, we should probably go by here real quickly. Apparently otters cross by from the port as well, which is really cute. And we didn't see any this day, but it was quite nice, to know that otters can just run around free. This is a famous building in Singapore. It's part of Marina Bay Sands. There's a infinity pool on the top of this building that's quite famous, but from what I hear nowadays, you have to be a hotel guest to be able to access it, which is kind of sad. But one day, hopefully, we can check it out. I've been there before actually, but actually it was as a guest, but I didn't take pictures sadly at the time, so weh. But yeah, we walked all the way to the Merlion. Now, if you guys know me, classic Nanashi, I took a funny picture while I was here. I can't show it to you because I, number one, do not have an art asset that would properly replicate what I did here. But I took a funny picture. Let's see. Let me see if I can show you the angle where I was taking it. But this is still the port. It's, again, very pretty, very gorgeous. A lot of tourists here. I didn't even notice, though, there's a smaller Merlion nowadays near it. So, very cute. So here, this is where I took the picture. I took a picture on the opposite side as if I was like drinking all the water coming out of the mouth. Again, I would need someone to help me draw it or like make a sprite of me doing that, but oh, you know what? Hold on, I have an idea. It kind of looked like this. But my whole body was here. And it's a thing I do in Singapore every single time I'm there, so I figured, you know, I might as well do it again. Merlion, yeah? It's very cool. Every single time I visit the Merlion, I open my mouth and go, ah, and in the picture, and it looks like it's spitting water into my mouth. Classic. But yes. So we finished Marina Bay Sands. My friend told me, first off, there's this building right here on the left, right? This is where the Persona Cafe is. Really cool. I didn't realize it was so close to the Merlion as well. We found another card booth. Again, the prices were egregious, so you know, continue. Oh look, they even had the EV pouch that everyone was trying to get, but I imagine it was also quite expensive. Actually, Miho, do you play Pokemon cards? I don't remember if I asked you. So this was the Persona Cafe. They had a bunch of standees standing out here. It was really cool to know that you're going in the right place. I still have to play Royal actually, because I don't know who Kasumi is and like how she fits in the story, so I can't wait. You could get merch from the store for the collab that they had going, and drinks and food. This was kind of cute too. They had a little table, like a school table set up where they had like questions. I assume these are questions from the game set up so that you can, you know, quote unquote finish your quiz. We got to sit at the Kasumi table, I believe, and there was an Ann table. Ann's, I think, my favorite from the game. Until, I don't know, if Kasumi's awesome, then maybe Kasumi, we'll see. But they had a variety of drinks that was awesome. I decided to go for the Velvet Room drink, which seemed really interesting. It was pretty good. I enjoyed it. My friend said the food was kind of mid, so I didn't go for the food. We just got some drinks real quick, hung out. You get coasters too when you get these drinks, which is pretty neat. I also got this, I think this was a Kasumi themed drink as well. So yeah, very cool. I also drank that one because, again, I wanted more than one coaster. In the end, I think I got Futaba and Haru. These two. Which I'm happy about. I don't mind. I would have loved an Ann one and a Kasumi one too. Actually, all of them for real. I would have loved one of each, but that's a lot of drinks. They were kind of expensive too. There was also merch on the side too. It looks like they might do Blue Archive sometimes too, so there was an Asuna standee, which I unfortunately did not pick up. They had Makanai too, the Losing Heroine anime. Very cute. Lemon's my favorite from this one, but I didn't, in the end, I wasn't really looking to get merch right now, so now I kind of regret it because these are actually really cute. Maybe I should have got the lemon one. Anyways, we went back down to the MRT, which this kind of felt like a liminal space. This was also on a weekday where everyone was already at work, so it was kind of interesting to see when it's not rush hours how empty the train system was. Again, it felt like Shibuya, for real though. Found another bread talk, took more pictures of bread, delicious looking. I really want to eat it. I'm getting hungry again. It's already 9, holy crap. Another Five Guys. Apparently there's a lot of Five Guys around Asia, which I'm surprised about, and I'm kind of curious if it still tastes the same too. Didn't get to try it, but for next time. Went to Uniqlo again in Plaza Singapore with my friend. Expert Splasher shirt, fantastic. I actually have one of these. I wear it pretty frequently. This was pretty neat. So Singapore also had their own line of shirts that was situated for one of their older restaurants called Old Cheng. I think it was Old Cheng. And so like Singapore's iconic puff pastry, right? Like the shirts were pretty awesome. I kind of wanted to pick one up each, but in the end, I actually in Malaysia they had a kopitiam line of shirts that were similar to this, so I got those instead. So not this time, but next time Singapore. Also, it was a really cute camera. that was situated in like a blind box in a machine. So apparently you can get this, and it's like different styles of Kodak cameras from the like the 1900s. And yeah, you could get they work apparently. So I didn't get one, but I knew it was pretty neat. So I was like, yeah. Some horse. Miho, this one's for you. Some oguri. Some Tamamo Cross. I by the way, I was really happy to roll Tamamo Cross, and she's definitely one of my favorite Umas right now. I love her attitude and her story. There was a Pokemon arcade game that's quite popular still there. I think this was always a thing in Singapore, but it's good to see that the arcade machines were still around, at least where I was. On this one, by the way, Animal Kaiser. Animal Kaiser was my jam when I was a kid. Like, I played so many games of Animal Kaiser when I was like traveling in Singapore, because when you play the game, you get collectible cards that you can use for your like future runs. And just having the animal cards were so cool at the time. I was like, oh yes, this is so fun. I mean, I upgraded to better like Fate Grand Order Arcade eventually, and like Lord of Vermilion in Japan. But this was like the OG, I think, for a lot of people. They still sell the cards too. I think they still run the game from what I can tell here. We ran to another anime store, found some very funny merch from Dungeon Meshi. This was really cute. I should have picked it up. Interestingly, there's Yamaha stores and music stores that promo Bochi, and this one was a special promo where if you get this specific piano, I think you can learn how to play some of the Bochi songs off the iPad. That are like it teaches you how to play the songs on the piano, which is pretty neat. Finally, we went to Muji one more time. The Muji in Singapore, very health oriented, I might say. Like the restaurants, their food is all like veggie based. It's not very media, like healthier food. Like this, they had sushi too, which I was pleasantly surprised to see. They look delicious. I didn't get to try one though. The pillow wasn't there too as well, which I was kind of sad about. Cute, yeah, cute, right? Finally, my friend took me to this place called Luckin Coffee. Now, this is the first time I've tried something like... Well, actually, maybe not. The first time I tried it like this. So, somewhere in Europe, espresso shots and lemon juice is mixed together as kind of a way they have coffee there, which I've tried before, which is pretty good. It's citrusy, very acidic though. Here in Singapore, they had a version where it was espresso and orange juice, which again it kind of added up to the same thing, but it was like both of the best like breakfast drinks you could have, and it definitely wakes you up, and it's pretty good. So if you ever get a chance in Singapore, definitely check out Luckin Coffee. Lila says, study time Nanashi, bye. Sorry, I enjoyed the stream. Thank you for popping by. Sorry it went for so long. I hope you have a lovely rest of your day and weekend. Study hard, and hopefully see you on the next stream, yeah? Pumpkin also saying hey to Lila. Yeah. Also, Lila, don't forget you have a membership now as of today apparently, so you can use the emotes in the chat. So it wouldn't be a Singapore trip for me if I didn't go and got some White Schwartz cards. So Singapore was one of the other places other than LA and Japan where I played White Schwartz. For those of you who remember, I was actually a teacher of sorts for Wise Schwartz when it was starting to be released in the States. So for me in particular, I played a Da Capo deck, which is this series right here. So I was pleasantly surprised actually. I didn't expect to see any more Da Capo cards anywhere, but this store had them, and it's the 20th anniversary packs. So I was very happy to be able to open them up and enjoy my White Schwartz life again in Singapore. Pumpkin with the Yippishi and Lila with the Naruhodoshi. Yes, very good. You get that for a month, so be sure to use them as much as you can. And be sure to thank who was that today? That was Q. Be sure to thank Q for the membership when you get the chance next time around. Okay, anyways, we continued down our pathway. So this is our way. We walked our way over to the MRT and took another train to Chinatown, where they were having a Sanrio little collab happening in the mall that we passed through. Very cozy, very cute. There's a little near Chinatown is like there's a river that passes through and a bunch of restaurants that line it. It's quite famous. It looks like the it's funny. It looks like the dock just ends here, and then you can just kind of like put your feet out. But actually, funny enough, now there's a bunch of stairs. But it's still funny to think about. Like from far away, it looks like it's just drops off. But yes, we enjoyed some lunch. Sorry, we already enjoyed some lunch. We made our way down. This was really cool, by the way. There's a hotel with a bunch of greeneries like planted on the side of it. The design and the architecture is very cool, in my opinion. Like, I don't think I will ever see this again in the world unless they kind of copy its idea. But I think it's very neat that they did something like this. We continued on to Chinatown, where they were, of course, celebrating the lovely Year of the Horse, the Jorse. And yeah, we walked through, looked at some food on the side. Saw a dim sum place that looked really good and I really wanted to try, but you know, no time. We had things to eat. Wizard Brew store, which had like wizard themed drinks, which I will of course wanted to go to again, but no time. Yumcha store. Some more durians in their natural form before they get stinky. I think they're stinky even in this form, actually, now think about it. The Merlion merch, very cute. And yeah, eventually we went to... Oh, this one I do want to mention on the side. I'm gonna speed up a little bit because I didn't realize how long this would take, but there was a 2D store. It's like a very 2D artistic style store that looks like in certain angles make it look very interesting to eat at. And it's a thing where I think it was popular in Singapore for a while, and I didn't realize I was gonna walk by it, so I took a few pictures of it. It was really neat. Problem is, dang, I just got home and it's still going. Looks like I know where I'll be for a while. We are trying to finish up here, but indeed, welcome back. Good to hear you got home safe. So there was a Tintin shop too, of all things. I didn't expect to see Tintin around either, but apparently they have a store still. So we went by Chinatown. This is apparently one of the major temples in Singapore. It was closed off at the time. The doors are closed, but normally you can go in and like pop by the temple. The lanterns are really pretty as well. So eventually we made it to Chinatown. We made it to the hawker center and we decided to order some food. So my friend and well, both of my friends, the second one particularly we met for dinner, right? Specifically, if you remember the story. They are really big fans of oh my gosh, I can't remember the name right now. Something me. Oh my gosh, I can't remember the name. I can't remember the name of the noodles right now. I'm sorry, I'm getting hungry and tired, so I have to remember it later. But it's something me. It's like a type of stir-fried noodles. Very delicious. And so we took a seat and we enjoyed the hawker center. There's a lot of different places with different types of food and drinks. This time around I got some sugarcane drink, which so I was very happy to say I enjoyed it at the end. Also, I found another store that had crispy pork and like chasu again, so pick that up as well. Hokkien mee? I think it was Hokkien mee, maybe? I'm getting close. It's coming back to my brain, but I have to think about it. So this is the sugarcane. So for those who don't know, it's like a bamboo. Sugarcane looks like bamboo, and they crush it down to make the sugarcane juice. And that's what you're seeing is kind of like the remainders of the sugarcane that finish up being juiced. It goes into a press that squeezes really hard, and then that's what comes out. You get sugarcane juice. Not this. Actually, I did not get sugarcane juice. I'm realizing I got my Milo dinosaur this time around. So for those who were wondering earlier when I was saying I got my Milo dinosaur, this is it. It's like Milo, which is like a chocolate drink, kind of like I guess Ovaltine here. I guess that'd be the closest equivalent. And then they put a bunch more on top, and it's so good. Let's see. Pomdar says, "Hey, I ain't complaining. More time to watch my favorite quokka chef." Oh, well, thank you, Dart. I appreciate that. Hobby says, "Nashi, I finally found time to see the stream. Welcome back. It's a long time no see. It's nice seeing you again. How have you been?" Yeah, no worries. I know it's things get busy over time, so I understand if you don't have the chance to be able to watch, But you're here now, so so yes, I got a triple threat. We got the crispy pork, the chasu, and the duck. So good. I miss it a lot. And then this is the Hokkien mee that we got. It's delicious. It was, by the way, like 10 out of 10. This is they lauded it as their favorite Hokkien mee, and I did not disappoint. Like they're actually funny enough, they're a part of a group online that looks for Hokkien mee all over Singapore, and they found this place through that group a while back, and they love the place ever since. So this is where they go, and I think this is where I will go because it was so delicious. Let's see. I've been good. How about you? I've been good as well. Thank you. This trip was actually only like maybe 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. So very recent, but now I'm getting to share my experience of it with you guys right now. And life has been all right, so can't complain. How about you? You said you were good, so I'm happy to hear that's the case. So yes, we got 2 plates of Hokkien mee. We ate the crispy pork and everything, and so delicious. Then we walked around, took some pictures of the Char Kway Teow arts in Chinatown, and we made our way to the MRT. And this was this was post MRT, which is the train station. I went out of the station, and there was this interesting store called Gentle Monster. There was another one in Marina Bay Sands previously. The one near the Apple building, where they have these very interesting robot face looking mosaics in the front of each of their stores. So I saw another one, I was like, oh, it's kind of neat. And this is Singapore at night. This is my walk back to where I was staying. Very pretty. Orchard Road at night, also very pretty. Again, I think there's a nightlife somewhere in Orchard Road. I just don't know where it is. I want to give it a try at some point because it seems like it's fun. And yeah. And this is one of them, actually. I think this seems like one of them. It's called Aura. I didn't go in, but I think I heard music down there, so it seemed interesting enough. And yeah. And then when I got back, funny enough, before I had lunch with my friends, my family, before I went back home, my mom decided she wanted to make something for my relatives, so she had me help them out with cutting and boiling some tomatoes, and I hope it turned out well. I have to actually ask them how it turned out in the end. But the next day for breakfast, I had one of my favorite foods in Singapore. It's called chi pao kai. Javi says I have to go, but nice seeing you again. No worries, I'll be back though, I promise. No worries. Come back whenever you get the chance, and it's nice seeing you again. Please have a lovely weekend and take care now, yeah? Okay, so chi pao kai. It's a type of chicken that's baked in like paper, to where it becomes very juicy and delicious, with some like sesame noodles. It's like, this if I had a place to recommend in Singapore to go to, for sure, go to chi pao kai. This is so good. And in fact, actually, next time I go to Singapore, I think I might have to bring my friends who took me to the Hokkien mee to this. I don't know if they've tried it before, but so good. And then had some dessert with some more relatives at a local store on the way to the airport. There's a lot of matcha themed desserts here, but they're quite famous for, was it this one? This one. It was like it's kind of a warm matcha soup kind of thing, dessert soup. It was really good. Definitely worth it. We did a little walk around to some local areas, some stores. This apparently used to be I think a parliament building in Singapore, but eventually they stopped using the building, and I think a art museum or like some sort of arts cultural division took over the building, so they actually they painted the windows rainbow, which I thought was really cute and got a very pretty. Look at that. It's like very stylistic. Here it is a little bit closer, but yeah, they changed it. They converted it, and now it's a cultural building, which is pretty neat. Eventually, I went to the store with them to find some more souvenirs for myself and friends, and the egg I mentioned earlier. Look, it's there. Soft-boiled egg. I found a keychain for it, so I can bring it back with me. Spirit. Some Pokemon keychains as well, and this one in particular was very cute to me because you can get this entire set. What you see in this diorama, you can get everything you can see in here, including the plastic chairs, the red ones on the right here. Those are like, I would say, infamous in Singapore and Indonesia. Like you'll see them around. So when we saw that you could get these as like a diorama, my sister and I, we were like, we have to get like a set of these because these are so cute. So we did. And now they reside in our table. We should have got a table too, actually, now that I think about it. And the Fantas would have been cute. Pumpkin says egg. Indeed, egg was good. They're so cute. Egg. I saw on my way back from the building, I had to say bye to my cousins and my family because I had to head to the airport. On my way back, as I walked back, there was a chicken. It was regal. It was not scared of humans, and I'm sure it could pick a fight with a human one-on-one if it really wanted to. It was really cool to see. There was another bird, very derpy compared to the regal rooster. Kind of walked around with its feet, kind of silly. And then we made it to the airport. This was really close, actually. I think I just had enough time to go into the airport and just like spend 30 minutes of walking or looking around before I had to take the flight. Now, Chimkin, indeed. We love egg, indeed. Egg is nice. Egg is life. We too come from eggs, apparently. Just not the eggs we expect. Anyways, so this was the end of my trip. They had a really, interestingly enough, a Disney Cruise Line ad in the front of the terminal, which I guess I'd have to assume Disney Adventure Cruise Lines go through Singapore, I guess. But it was very interesting to see. And finally, I think this is the last few pictures I had. The terminal had its own little food court that kind of reminds you of like the food street in Singapore. So you get your little last chance to have some extra food from the quote-unquote food street before you go, which was needed. I wanted to do it again, but you know, had to go. So I had enough food too. It was nice, so I didn't have to get another one. Egg and then the chicken. Indeed. Actually, wait, did the egg come from the chicken? No, we saw the egg first, and then the chicken came out. So the egg came first. Yeah, I think that's what I'm getting at. I think that's what the world is telling us here. Chimkin, though, indeed. We love egg. We do love egg. Finally, on the way to my gate, there was one more card stop, which I thought was really funny. Like, they're really pushing the cards, aren't they? And I gave in. I think I got like 1 or 2 packs, but it was a little cheaper than the ones we were seeing in the. Somehow they were cheaper than the ones we were seeing in like mainland Singapore in the city. But if you look at it carefully, there was some pretty good stuff here. Like they said, they had collector boosters of Final Fantasy and Avatar in here. If they weren't so expensive, those were actually super expensive. If they weren't that expensive, I would have actually probably gotten one, but they were, so it is what it is. Also, this one only took card, unfortunately. I had actually cash though that I wanted to use, but since it was only card only, didn't work, but it's okay. Farm says, was it an official card machine or a third party? This is a third party. The majority of the ones that you see in Singapore are third party, so you're not gonna get it for like proper retail price, sadly, in Singapore, unless you order it and find a place somewhere, you know. And then here we are back in LAX, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, and this is the last picture of the trip. So, as you can tell, there's a very there's a lot of things that happened during the trip, a lot of food related things, a lot of walking. I feel like I think I lost weight. I ate more than I usually do while I'm over there, but since there was so much walking, I feel like I think I did lose weight while I was there, which it's just so much better over there. The transit systems and everything. If it's so good that you can just like live life normally, eating proper meals, and then like walk it all off and still lose weight, it's saying something, you know. I fully expect that's gonna happen to me in Japan and Singapore when I go again this year, so we'll see. Just like the one beyond TSA in Seattle Airport, indeed. This is probably a very familiar sight to a lot of people who go by the States. It's very similar looking across the airports and very rigid, but it is home, you know, so not bad. Or close to home, at least. Close enough. But yes, anyways, Quokkalings, I think this is where we'll finish up for today. This one a little longer than expected, but I hope you enjoyed my my TED talk about Malaysia, Singapore, and Jakarta. The next time we'll do this, I think it actually might be for Final Fantasy Fan Fest, maybe. If I can get enough pictures from Fan Fest, because I might be actually busy running around just enjoying the entire event. So besides Final Fantasy 14 Fan Fest, the next big thing would probably be the Singapore wedding in June, which I'll probably take a lot of food pictures again, so I hope you're ready for that. After that, it's there was another thing. What was it? Offkai in July, and Anime Expo in July. So we have a lot that's gonna happen this year. But you know what? I'm happy that I'm able to share these experiences with you guys. So if anything, we can continue this next time around on the next trip. But until then, I do hope you enjoy your Friday the 13th. If you're enjoying some spooky movies for Friday the 13th, please enjoy. For those who are in the 14th already, in Valentine's Day, I hope you have a lovely Valentine's Day with your close friends or your loved ones. And if anything, I'm gonna still try to do the yearly Valentine's Day thing. I don't know what I'm gonna cook yet. Maybe another lava cake, because the lava cake was quite fun and not too difficult. Or I could challenge myself and try something Hololive related again. Like I was kind of looking at mochi donuts recently, the Fuamoko mochi donuts that I've been trying to plan for a while. It might be a little tougher in this kitchen, but it's definitely not impossible. But anyways, Valentine's Day, hopefully kitchen stuff. Hopefully this month. It's gonna be late because, you know, I'm not ready to do it tomorrow, but I have plans tomorrow, in fact. But yeah, we'll see. Oh, for the 19th, by the way, for my birthday. So I think I'm gonna open up a Google Doc. Not a Google Doc, a Google form. If you want to send it, if you wanted to send me messages for me to read out on my birthday on February 19th, or if you wanted to send like little goodies as far as like art or, you know, like that kind of stuff to me, for me to open up and see on stream on February 19th, please keep an eye out for that. I think I'm going to open it up either tomorrow or the next day, so that there's enough time for people to actually, you know, submit something. So if they wanted to, keep an eye on that, please. And with that, Quokkalings, I think this is where we'll finish up. Oh, you know what? Almost forgot. Hold on. Let's go to the chat screen here. Let me see if I can find someone we can raid today. I'm wondering if the thing that happened earlier, like how it started, I wonder if that was like something that was happening to YouTube today. Either YouTube or OBS. It's one of the two for sure. Okay, so let's see who's available today. Oh, okay, we're gonna try it again. So Subaru, my Oshi, we were just talking about her actually. is actually streaming right now. And apparently it looks like I can raid them. Last time we tried this, it didn't quite work. But we are going to give it another try. Because I would very much like to raid her. She is the sun. She's amazing. I love her personality. And yeah, please enjoy her stream. I think she's playing Uma Musume right now. So if you like Uma Musume, it is a great time to watch. And please do say hello if you get the chance. I will try to say hello as well in the Eigo in English. But yes, until then, until the next time we stream, which I think is going to be Tuesday, please stay well, eat healthy. I will talk to you all soon. And thank you for listening to my travel video. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend and Valentine's Day and Friday the 13th. Eat well, stay healthy. I'll talk to you all soon, okay? Terima kasih ya, mata ne, otsukaresama desu. Talk to you Tuesday. Yeah? Farm Dart? Pumpkin? Anyone else in the chat? Yeah, here, wait, one more thing. Have a Doroshi. Okay, anyways, have a lovely night, y'all. Good night. Bye-bye. Say hi to Subaru Senpai for me.